Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Mazaplay.net, Oman versus Canada. We are live from Oman Cricket Academy, and it is another day of enthralling cricket. One-day cricket at its best, where two teams that have done some really great performances over the last year and a half are going to battle it out against each other. Oman taking on Canada in this one-day series. It's match number 2. Remember the first game, Canada won that game against Oman and now are one up in this 3-match series. We are live from Al Amirat Cricket Stadium in Oman, and Oman will want to bounce back in this game, not only to win this game but also keep their hopes alive for the big final number 3, the match number 3 that will take place tomorrow. Now the focus is on the game that is just about to begin. I think it is going to be another exciting contest because both the teams will want to win this game desperately. Canada would want to win the game and seal the series, while on the other hand, Oman would want to win the game and keep their hopes alive in this series as well. Wonderful day, great morning. Remember, it's a day game and the conditions here are absolutely perfect for some high quality cricket. Let's head down straight to Mikhail Vaswani, who's down there with the pitch report.
It's the second one-dayer between Oman and Canada. Oman have lost that first game. Canada have taken a slender lead. A win from here for Canada. They're winning the series, and it's a must-win for the home side. And that's why the 22 yards becomes an interesting point of discussion. Morning conditions, bowl first, will be the plan for most captains. You want to make full use of the moisture. That's because we saw the ball doing a lot in the first one-dayer as well. I'll quickly go down and show you an area of interest for the spinners. Now, there are visible cracks, no live grass at all, an opportunity for spinners to get appreciable turn and bounce. I'm talking about the purchase. That's why it's important to make use of conditions. This is a sporting wicket if you're a pacer or a spinner. It's a true wicket if you're a batter. All in all, if I'm the captain, I know the plan. Win the toss, bowl first. I'll feel it's half the battle won.
Well, interesting point there. Half the battle. Of course, it's a battle between the two sides, and it couldn't get any bigger or better than this. Match number 2. We are live from the Al Amirat Cricket Stadium. Both these teams will want to take it as a battle and will want to win the war as well. But talking about Oman, I'm sure they will have a lot to think about and a lot of changes as well in terms of their approach and their strategy going into this game. We saw in that earlier game that the spinners did have some purchase off the deck on that pitch, so it will continue to assist the bowlers as the game progresses. And as the day progresses, we'll see how interesting it goes. And it's important that both the teams decide what they want to do, how they want to do it, and just the right time to head down once again for the toss, where we've got the two captains with Abid Ibrahim.
All right, it's toss time here at Al Amirat Cricket Ground. We have got an important game for the home side. It is Oman who is looking to claim that first victory in the series. I've got with me Jatinder Singh, who's leading the team Oman. And right in the center, we have Ram Mohan. And to his right, it is the captain of Canada. Must be a happy man. He's already got a victory in the tournament. We are all set. Let's flip the coin. Number it is. Jatinder, what would you like to do?
Yeah, we would like to bowl first.
Any reason to bowl first?
Well, there's a little bit of movement in the early morning, so we want to utilize that.
So what do you predict out of the surface, that as the day hits the 8 and it goes a little dry, the spinners gets a benefit?
Of course it does, because first R and so there's a bit of a movement off the wicket. So yes, as the day progresses, the wicket becomes a little more placid.
What do you think would be a good total choose?
Well, anything under 200 is a good total.
Well, any changes in the side?
Yeah, there are a couple of changes. Zishan is being rested, and in place of Zishan, we have Wasim Ali coming in, and then we have Nestor also coming in, and Fayaz Butt itself.
Well, those are lots of changes. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Well, Saad, as you lost the toss last time, but not the game. So now what you were looking for?
Yeah, I was actually going to have a ball first as well, just for a change, but happy to bat first as well.
Confident looking side with the first victory in the series.
Yeah, so we have a couple of changes. We're going in with Srimanta comes back, Aaron Jones comes back, Amar comes back. So we have those three changes.
Big changes. Those guys were rested. Now they look good. Now, are you satisfied with the toss result? I mean, of course you have to bat first, but what do you think would be a good total to post?
Again, I think we're going to target around 250 like the last game. Yes, we were 20 runs short, but I still think if we score around 250, we'll be happy with it.
A lot of spinners in your side, and you use them almost everyone, you including yourself. What is the reason you use a lot of spinners?
We want to give fast bowlers some rest as well. Ideally, I would like to use 4 fast bowlers, but the wicket helps spinners as well. It's not just a fast bowler wicket. During the day, as the game progresses, there's a bit of something for the spinners as well. So happy with the quality of spinners I have in my side. I think they can just on any wicket they can be as dangerous. So happy with my bowling unit overall.
Good luck for the game. Do well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Well, the news from the centre, it is the home side winning the toss and electing to bowl first.
Well, so the news from the centre is that Oman have elected to bowl first. No surprises there, as we've seen time and time again, especially on this wicket. And since it's a day game, teams have decided to bowl first. Quickly looking at that playing 11 for both the sides. For Canada, the captain right at the top, Saad Zafar. Aaron Johnson comes in, so does Srimanta Vijay. Both these batters will be at the top of that batting order for Canada and will have an important role to play, especially in the first innings. Will have to play an unusual role and will be interesting how Aaron Johnson approaches the longer format. Pargat Singh, Harsh Thakur, the all-rounder. Matthew Spoors is also in that playing 11. Ravinder Pal Singh, Shreyas Mova, the wicketkeeper. Nikhil Datta, the all-rounder. And Amar Khalid, well, he's also another exciting talent to look forward to. Some serious pace from the man Amar Khalid. Arman Kapoor completes the playing 11 for Canada. For Oman, Jatinder Singh, the captain, Adil Shafiq, the wicketkeeper, Kashyap Kumar Prajapati is also in the side and will be taking that number 3 position for Oman. Wasim Ali is the new entrant, and he is again one of those exciting talent that is coming up through the ranks of Oman. Nadeem Mohammad, Ayan Khan, Rafiullah, Sandeep Gaur, those are the all-rounders in the side. Nestor Dhamba gets a game. He's a right-arm off-spinner, an interesting batter. Fayaz Butt and Kalimullah, those are the playing 11 for Oman as well. Just the right time to introduce my partner in the combox. I've got with me Suhas Vedam. Suhas, welcome.
Thank you very much, Shoaib. Oh, what a day of cricket we can anticipate. And out comes Aaron Johnson with a bat in hand with one thing clear in mind. Provide a good start. And alongside him would be Srimanta Vijay. And Fayaz Butt makes a comeback as well, the 29-year-old with 39 wickets in 31 games. Economy 5.15 is very decent, especially if you're operating in the power play, isn't it, Shoaib? And again, the pace is around, you are around.
Absolutely. I think Fayaz, he does bowl in the power play. He also bowls in the death. So considering that, I think that's a very good economy. Srimanta Vijay, on the other hand, 1,000 runs. He's one of the few batters in that Canada lineup who's managed to get to that landmark, and many more to come as well for Srimanta. Let's play, says the umpire, and Fayaz Butt will operate with 2 slips in place. Here we go, ball number 1, down the leg side, 2 slips in place, and he decides to bowl on the pads.
It's a warm-up delivery, isn't it? Very watchful, this man, early on. I just sometimes get a feeling that he's a little rushed, but that's his game. He lives by the sword, dies by the sword. Fayaz Butt still looking for some rhythm. But there's a hint of swing. Just a hint of swing, not extravagant, but a hint of swing to tease the outside edge.
Oh, that's the swing and a big appeal as well. Not out, says the umpire. I think the sound was the bat hitting the ground, but you're right, there is some movement in the air, especially for Fayaz Butt. Does have the ability to move the ball.
He thought he heard something and that resembled Willow. Adil behind the wicket gets his second game. Today would want to make it count with the bat in hand as well. I thought his keeping was decent in the previous game. Batting not so much. When you're opening the batting, you needed to show more intent. Found mid-on, unfortunately, without opening the score.
Fuller delivery again. Some movement, but this time Aaron Johnson is a lot more watchful. And that is what is needed when you're playing the longer format. When you're in for the long run, you need to make sure that you stay there, you apply yourselves. And that was what Mikhail also mentioned at the pitch. You have runs for batters if you stay out there for some time, assess the conditions, and then go for your shots.
Aaron Johnson's thinking, are 2 deliveries enough to go for my shots? The kind of shot as well matters a lot to get started with. Excellent delivery once again. A bit of movement after pitching as well. This is turning out to be an interesting contest brewing.
Interesting start from Fayaz. Has decided to bowl full. Hasn't bowled that length delivery yet, which is the right plan, I would say. Especially because it's a new ball and he's got the ability to move the ball. 2 slips in place. So you would want Aaron Johnson to drive, especially because he's so good in that cover area.
Looks like he's not obliging you, not in that length. Doesn't want to commit early. I think it's a very important over for Fayaz, but because he's been looking for some form. Was taken in the side for one of the contests of the T20 game and didn't perform well in that one either. So he has to cement his place at least in this format, and for which a good start is always welcome.
Oh yes, and I think a special mention here for Jatinder as well to start with Fayaz and not with Kalimullah. Beautiful delivery again, just beating the outside edge of the bat. So yes, he's shown that belief in Fayaz that yes, you are coming back after a long time, but you are still one of our prime bowlers. Take the new ball and bowl those kind of deliveries.
I just want 3 words to be told to you. He's bowling full.
Oh yes, he is, and that is the skill that he has. And I think it's important as a bowler that you know what lengths you want to bowl in what conditions. Very well bowled and equally well played by Aaron Johnson. A dot ball to end the over. The first over comes to an end and the score is 1 for no loss. Please, sir. Thank you, sir.
One without a wicket. The only run conceded that wasn't off the bat. So Srimanta Vijayratne will be facing his first. And it's got to be Kalimullah. 51 matches, 50 wickets. He's got a 4 for 1s and an economy is brilliant as it gets. 4.27 for the tall, lanky, fast bowler. And this is the time that you also expect decibel levels to go through the roof if he gets one on the pads. Kalimullah operating with 2 slips, should.
Yes, and it's important that again for Kalimullah and for Jatinder to show that kind of aggression, especially in the first 10 overs. They know how important it is to take that wicket of Aaron Johnson as soon as possible. And hence you see a lot more positive fielding, a lot more fielders in that catching area. So 2 slips in place. The short cover is wide, just inviting Aaron Johnson to go for that drive. So they are setting him up, but Aaron Johnson and his experience, I think it's going to be a very difficult task.
Ever since he's landed here in Oman, I think this is the most compact Aaron Johnson has looked in his 6 deliveries. Not trying to flash the ball hard, and Srimanta, as always, bat close to the body. The head follows. This man has set the same ground on fire when it was T20.
Oh, that's given. That is a big wicket. Kalimullah, with his appeal, has definitely made a big impact. Aaron Johnson, unbelievable. Well, I felt that it's going down the leg side. I thought it's going down the leg side and missing the stumps.
Srimanta Vijayratne, well, he misses out today. 1 for 1. Matthew Spoors at number 3 today, 96 runs in 6 games, wants to accumulate a lot more. Strike rate as well will improve as he plays more games. Best of 27 is nowhere near his career best that he can get. I think these stats don't reflect the kind of player he is, but today he gets another opportunity to prove himself. This bounce.
Oh yes, absolutely. I think he's got some really sound technique, Matthew Spoors, and I feel that he is just made for this format. Let's look at that wicket again.
You can almost see the 2 stumps, 2.5 stumps there.
Yes, I think unfortunate for Srimanta, but that's how it is. Canada have lost their first with 1 run on the board. Matthew Spoors, like we mentioned, he definitely has that skill of playing the longer format. Takes the edge and just falls short of that slip fielder.
Kalimullah is in great mood today. He appealed, he got a wicket, he hasn't conceded a single run. Brilliant delivery, just testing the outside edge of a compact cricketer like this. Wow, such a treat to watch. It's not often you find bowlers signing a petition saying increase the width of the bat. On this occasion, perhaps yes, would have been a thicker edge, would have carried.
Another edge, and it still falls short. Well, he's living dangerously, Matthew Spoors. He'll get 2 runs, he'll be off the mark, but not in the most convincing of ways. And I think that bat of Matthew Spoors, especially the edges, need some knocking. Ball's not travelling.
2 gone, 3 for 1. The wonder Fayaz continues with a new ball. Beautiful shot. This was there to be driven. Aaron Johnson accepts the invitation. One of the most convincing ways to get off the mark, even if it took 7 deliveries.
His beautiful shot from Aaron Johnson. Great balance. That's what I admire about Aaron Johnson. The way he has such a still head. You'll see that in this shot. Look at that. Absolutely wonderful. Makes it look so easy and so graceful, Aaron Johnson. A great way to get off the mark. But I wouldn't mind that as a bowler. As for Yaz, I wouldn't mind that shot. Just get that length again and some movement. Oh, this time he's gone down the leg side.
This you will mind.
Yeah, this I will. Definitely. In one-day format, I feel it's important that you can hit the length and consistently hit that length if you want to get wickets. That's important, especially in the one-day format. Kalimullah has got that skill. He can bowl on that one coin on the pitch and he can keep hitting that target. This one's gone away from Aaron Johnson. So that's a much better delivery.
He's just showing all the skills that he has in his armory here, Fayaz. He's got it right this time around. The one that goes away. But he's also got the one that comes in. And it's a little scrambled a seam. What is he trying to do there, if you could edify us on that?
This one's on the stumps. A misfield. Aaron Johnson is not interested. He never was in taking the second. Happy to take a single and get to the non-striking end.
Yeah, that's because he doesn't believe in this denomination much.
Oh yes, reminds you a lot of another batter who bats
There
at the
you
top.
go. This is what happens when I'm on cons with you. I don't even know what trivia time starts.
Another batter who doesn't like to run and hit a lot of fours and sixes.
I know that one. I know that one. He's a left-hander, Shoaib Ahmed.
No, he is a left-hander, but not Shoaib Ahmed. It's Chris Gale, Christopher Henry Gale. Also wears that black scarf, just like Aaron Johnson.
And sometimes does wear the shades as well while batting.
Yeah, that's the enigma of that man. Just revolutionized T20 cricket.
So all that you're missing right now, you're telling me, Shoaib, is a pair of shades. Everything else remains the same?
Yeah, absolutely.
Go for it. Still two slips in place.
Off the pads. Not a ball that you would be bowling with two slips in place.
Now, Fayaz, but the consistency has been the slight problem here within those 6 balls. One wide delivery and a couple of times he sprayed down the leg side or on the leg side. It becomes easier for a batter to negotiate. But the two fielders at slips would be very interested after Kalimullah's over because they've tasted the ball, what it looks like when it flies off that edge. They're just waiting for one to land in their lap. Both the times it landed short.
Yeah, now it's a better length from Fayaz and a good line as well to end the over. 3 overs, Canada, 10 for 1. Kalimullah continues and continues to bowl that length.
It's a very dangerous delivery, Shoaib. I think he's made a mental note of that particular area. It's the second time it's pitched over there and the ball hasn't bounced. And no matter how much gardening you do as a batter, you still cannot help it.
The edges in that previous over, one carrying almost to the second slip, the other just falling short of the first. does look like Kalimullah has dropped some pace of his bowling.
Perhaps to concentrate on swing.
Quite possible. I remember watching him bowl last year against a touring Mumbai side, and he was really very quick and had that knack of bowling that good length and getting some extra bounce off the wicket. Just seems to be missing that kind of fire in his bowling.
Very good delivery once again. This is where you have two slips interested. Yeah, you were completing a point about the change in length that has occurred over a year. A bit of movement once again in the air. Looks like the umpire has warned him. He's got to steer away from the danger zone in his follow through. Which, in all honesty, 3 more yards and he would reach the batter.
Yes, I think he was warned in the previous game as well, on quite a few occasions. Not the official warning, but just that he was threading on a thin line. So yes, he has that. He does sometimes go and bowl very close to the stumps. Again, a good ball from Kalimullah. He's bowled that length. Yes, the pace is not all that great compared to what he used to bowl, but that length is still the same. 5 dot balls on the trot.
He could almost tell the batter, this is where it's going to land, and still you'll not be able to hit me. You won't be able to hit me. That's exactly what he's done again and again. Look at this. This is the best example of channel bowling. And at times, as Shoaib mentioned, he would come close to the stumps as well to change the release point so that the batter plays down the wrong line. And that's when you induce edges. Good slower delivery as you saw Matthew Spoor's charge. A maiden over for Kalimullah and a treat to watch for any cricket connoisseur. 4 gone, 10 for 1. Ten for 1 in 4 overs. Canada kept under check so far. Fayaz Butt into his third. I'd asked you a question in the previous over of his as well. What is he trying to do with the release point? Looks like the ball will come in, but actually the ball just goes away from the right-hander. He'll do it again for sure because it's been working for him. The scramble seam, not if you pitch it up like that. It's one of those shots where mid-on and mid-off are looking at each other as to who wants to retrieve because there's no stopping.
Yes, that's right. That was placed so beautifully between the two fielders. No chance whatsoever. And with the two fielders inside, look at that. Just timed it and placed it. And the result is 4 runs. So it's not always about hitting hard. It's also about just caressing the ball and just timing it. Now this time he gets his length right. And very watchful is Aaron Johnson. Good to see the way he's batting. Looks like he's in control of things. He knows what he's doing. So you're talking about that scrambled seam from Fayaz. Normally when you bowl a scrambled seam delivery, the ball doesn't move in the air. Oh, that's beautifully saved, and I think it's his shoulder. Oh dear. Oh dear. I think he's dislocated his shoulder.
Sean Novak is going to be out there. He's going to be out there to pop it back in as soon as possible. He's writhing in pain. He stopped a certain boundary. Yeah, on impact. He had stopped the ball with his palm, of course. It's not like it hit the shoulder on the flush, but while landing, yeah, unimaginable pain for Sandeep Gaud.
Yes, I think the impact has jolted his shoulder. You could see that he was in immense pain. Back on his feet. That's good news. I think he'll just need some ice treatment. I think it's the muscle, not the bone. Must have pulled it. Or just that jolt. Let's look at that again. Yeah, just that entire body weight on that front hand. And that must have put some extra pressure onto his muscles around the shoulder. He's walking out. That was a good shot again from Aaron Johnson. Just played it towards covers, and the key was he did not try to play it in the air. It was always meant to be played along the ground.
Yeah, the bat twisted a little bit in his hand, but as we've seen it in the past as well, even if the bat turns in his hand, it still goes for four because of the kind of contact he makes. Straight to the fielder once again, and Fayaz wouldn't mind him driving straight to the fielder. One slip has been removed, more protection on the offside. Wasim Ali gets a game today.
Yes, Wasim, he'll have a role to play with the ball, with the bat. Handy all-rounder. Saw him in the domestic circuit. Very, very lively, energetic, and a value add to the side.
It's one of the reasons that we cover cricket as well, isn't it? To see bloom and blossom these wonderful talent. We've seen him with the Ruby Rangers and how he came into his own, how he assumed more responsibility at times as a skipper as well. And today gets a game for the national side. Now this was my question, Shoaib. The scramble seam, you don't know which way it's going to go.
That did move once it pitched and was very close to that off stump. Very well done by Aaron Johnson. Knew where his off stump was.
He was setting him up for the outswinger. He was setting him up with all these outswinger. And this one, Aaron Johnson thought it's going to safely leave the outside offs because it's going to swing away from him. That wasn't the case.
Nicely played again. Good bowling from Fayaz. Was hit for a 4 on the very first ball, straight down the ground. But since then, it has been a strong comeback in the over. 5 overs, Canada 14 for 1.
It's an ITW Pro G and TPD 360 production. Thanks to them, you're watching this wonderful pictures coming to you live from Oman Cricket Academy. Canada taking on the home side, Oman. Beautiful delivery, late swing as well. Matthew Spoors is bewildered. And that's been the case for the last 12 deliveries of his. Spoors versus Kalimullah, there's only one clear winner.
Yes, Kalimullah will have that slight advantage against Matthew Spoors, who's out there on 3 of 12, trying to get that edge, a slip and a third slip, or maybe a gully. Big appeal, but this time all the 3 stumps were visible from behind, and still Kalimullah thinks that it's going to hit the stumps. Every ball that hits the pads for Kalimullah is also going to hit the stumps.
Yeah, that would have clearly missed. I think the umpire was also lip-syncing the fact that there was a bit of bat involved anyway. Still, 2 dot deliveries is a very good start for Kalimullah, who at the moment considers giving runs a crime, and it's a great attribute to have as a bowler. This one came back in a little. Matthew Spoors will thank his stars. Didn't bounce as much either. Somehow he negotiates. Oh, it's a direct hit. It's a direct hit, but he was well in.
Yeah, good ball to start off with from Kaleem. Got an inside edge that allowed them to take that single. Had that hit the middle of the bat, it would have been a dot ball. And that stare from Kalimullah. That's the first run that Kalimullah has conceded in 9 deliveries. And that has come from the inside edge of the bat.
A definition of tight bowling. Probing questions asked. There's a change in the guard of Aaron Johnson. I think he's chosen a middle stump guard here. Is it to be safe or to make leg side more accessible if the ball comes back in again?
Well, I think it's only about just seeing and assessing where the bowler is bowling. If he's bowling a little away from him, you would want to get close to the ball and come underneath the ball, and also know where your off stump is, so that you can shoulder the ball when it's bowled outside off.
One slip for Fayaz, but Kalimullah has been more promising in generating the edges, and that's exactly why the captain has given him an additional slip in the quadrant.
Two slips. Outside off again. Aaron Johnson was the player of the match in the T20 format quite a few number of times, and also the player of the series for Canada. Will want to take that momentum and that form into the 50 over format as well. Lets it go. A dot ball to end the over. 6 overs have been bowled. Canada 15 for 1. Fayaz continues and continues to bombard that off stump of Matthew Spoors, who's looked very happy to just defend the ball. Do you think, or would you agree that Matthew Spoors should be batting a little lower in the order, just because somebody who can score runs quickly would be of better use in the first 10 overs?
I think he's coming in at number 3, which is much better than opening the batting. I'll tell you why. Because he's someone who takes his time and constructs an innings. So it's important for him to face more balls and also act as a circuit breaker in case of a collapse, compared to asking him to mold his game differently so that he can come in at number 5 and 6. The situation would be very different then. And of course, when you're batting at number 3, you don't anticipate your openers to be back in the pavilion without scoring, do you? But you got to be ready for that as well. You might be out there for 50 for no loss and suddenly find yourself out there with 50 for 1. And sometimes it could be 7 for 1. Just relishing the lines here from Fayaz, but
Well, I think that was on the pads. Could have been flicked for a single.
it looks like a wide is customary. And once he gets that wide out of the way, he bowls well.
Yeah, that's true. That's been a problem for him, for Fayaz, the extras, not only in this level, but even in the T20 formats and the domestic tournaments. Catch is the call, but it's just going to fall short of Wasim Ali, number 17. Looking forward to his performance.
He's induced that shot, which is slightly uppish. Wasim does well to bring his body behind him, behind that one. Still no run off the bat though.
Oh, nicely bowled. This was sharp and on the stumps. Just got his bat in time. Matthew Spurs got the connection with the ball.
This was quicker. By far the quickest in the over. Just hurried on to him and he had to look back to see if the furniture is intact. Yes, it was, but the ball wasn't far away from hurting it.
Rafiullah's warming up. You might see him bowl. I think short bursts of spells for Fayaz. This is the last of his first spell. Again, not getting the timing right on that shot, Matthew Spurs. That's why I felt he's a better batter at number 4 or 5, where you have a field which is open and you can get more singles and doubles and rotate strike, whereas you can get somebody like a Pargat Singh or a Ravinder Pal. Finally, I got that name right.
Ravinder Pal will have a word with you after this. Not because you got the game right. You want him at number 3.
Somebody of that kind of style of play is what I meant.
Yeah, Bhagat Singh has opened the batting a lot of times, and of course Harsh Thakur is another candidate for it. Suppose taking his own sweet time here. 7 gone, 16 for 1. Change in voices. We got Abid and Mikhail.
Thank you, Suhas. These pictures coming to you courtesy an ITW Prodigy and TPT 360 production. Coming to you live from the Oman Cricket Academy. One day in progress. It's the second. Canada winning the first. It's a must win for Oman, and how beautiful a setup this is. And how wonderful has Kalimullah bowled as well in his first 3 overs. Again bowling in that region of middle and off, induces an outside edge from the bat of Aaron Johnson. Just the right time to welcome my partner as well in the comm box, Abid Ibrahim. Good afternoon, Abid.
Good afternoon, Kyle. Morning it is still. We are slightly away from the afternoon. Yes, the sun is beating too hard. It seems to be the afternoon. And what a great start for Oman. They got the early wicket as they always do.
Once again, Kalimullah is extracting good bounce off the surface. 2 slips in place. A slip rather and a gully.
Yeah, they need a. I think second slip should be on there. The gully is also a good idea. Yes, I agree. But the way Kalimullah is bowling, I feel he need a second slip because he's extracting a little extra bounce as well, not just the seam and swing.
There again, just opened him up, squared him up. He's getting the ball to bowl, move both ways. Just like the way he's bowled with not much luck in this tournament so far, Abid.
Today it could be his day. You never know. He's already got a wicket to his name and he's absolutely bowling on money.
Matthew Spurs is taking his time, so is Aaron Johnson. Contrasting starts to what they had in the T20 internationals. Gives the charge. Goes over the infield. Fielder trying to come underneath it. Oh, what a catch! What a catch that was. Absolutely brilliant. Never the easiest when you're running backwards to take that. But you have to give Nestor full marks for that effort.
Well, one could have only imagined. Unbelievable catch, running backward. Look at that. He never gave up the chase, and he's taken that one. Nestor Namba is the name. He's done a wonderful job, and that's a huge wicket. Let me tell you, Spoor walks out, scoring 4. It's a second blow for Canada, 17 for 2.
Arman Kapoor makes his way to the middle. That's because we've just seen a spectacular catch by Nestor Damba to get rid of Matthew Spurs. He was running backwards and he's produced brilliance in the middle. Kaleem with his second wicket, rewarded for his persistent line and length. Abid, that was an absolute stunner.
Well, indeed. That stunned us here in the com box, as they stunned Matthew Spurs as well. He's surprised that just chipped it in the air and never thought that the fielder will make it.
There again, on target. Very cautious, very tentative Arman Kapoor. Playing in his crease. We'll take a look at that catch once again. Gave the charge, didn't quite get underneath that. Nestor Damba at short mid-wicket, started running backwards, kept his eye on the ball, got underneath it, didn't overrun it, took a very good catch under pressure. It's these moments that lift the spirit of the boys in the middle.
And also makes your 11 more comfortable. You got to feel this. Now, this is what I was talking. We need somebody at the second slip as well. Now 2 slips on for Kalimullah. He completes his over, but let me tell you, that has been an entertaining one. Great over from Kalimullah. It's 8 gone, 18 for 2 Canada.
Kalimullah amongst wickets, taking both Srimanta and Matthew, Aaron and Arman. The two batters in the middle, Aaron taking his time, Arman just walking in. That's because Nesta Damba pulled out a stunner at mid-wicket to give Kaleem his second. After 8 overs, it's 18 for 2 as Fayaz continues. On the full this time, finger goes up. The third wicket falls, Arman departs, his stay in the middle is shot, and that looked close as well as Fayaz gets his man.
What a delivery. What a peach of a delivery. He went full, surprised the batter. The new man always at risk. Playing across the line, trapped in front. Fayaz knows that's gonna. The soon it hit the pad. What a relief here for Fayaz to get his first wicket into the comeback in the side. Arman Kapoor's shot stake just scored 1 run. Canada under a bit of bother now. It's 18 for 3.
Out comes Harsh Thakur, best of 68 not out. In fact, in the last game he got 75. He's been the man in form, 550s for him. Only 25, player of the match in the last game. He has a big role to play here and a lot of work to do. There again, just tailing into the right-handed batter. This is top-class seam and swing bowling by Kaleem and Fayaz.
And also, I feel like Fayaz, when he hits that surface, the ball gets slightly skid there. That was absolutely peach of a delivery. One should bowl against a new batter. The fuller deliveries there. It is always a challenge for the new batter to play the fuller deliveries.
Oh yes, and on that occasion, Arman Kapoor coming far too across to play a full delivery and try to play that towards mid-wicket.
Because he played that across the line was probably the reason, is that he was least expecting a fuller line delivery. That is where Fayaz has trapped him. He's a smart bowler and an experienced one as well.
Oh yes, and what I've liked about the Oman team this morning is they've kept things very tight. They've taken their catches. They've been brilliant, sharp in the infield, not allowing easy runs. And that's very important. That's because the bowlers then get that extra bit of confidence when the fielders are backing them. And to keep Aaron Johnson quiet, I'm telling you, it's quite an achievement.
Well, I'm in agreement with you on that. 100%. The man who scored runs for fun in the shorter format. Well, let me tell you, it's the great format of 50 overs where you never know when you make a comeback. It's a slow and easy study. The game goes on and you never know that just one partnership, one big partnership you're away from making a comeback in the game.
And what's important if you're a batter, a top order batter, is crease occupation. Abid. And that's exactly what Aaron is doing. He's just trying to buy time, get a better measure of the surface, waiting for the pitch to ease a little bit, and then he will begin to open up. But at the moment, Oman right on top. Again, this time, straight. Oh, this could be close. It directed and he was gone. There was a little bit of a mix-up as he may have just been caught in the decision-making of the umpire as well. But Aaron Johnson survives. A lot of confusion and drama in the middle.
Yeah, that not be an ideal way to lose a wicket. Someone like these two batters. A run out for just a run. Oh, Fayaz had the closest view and he knew it that Johnson was gonna there.
Yes, he was a little slow on getting back. He is carrying a small little niggle, and that's seen when he's taking those singles and doubles as well. And That's why his return to the crease looked a little casual. Nicely defended. Another very fine over, a wicket and only one run. 9 gone, it's 19 for 3. Kaleem into his fifth rather. And how tidy has he been? Only 5 runs and 2 wickets. He's in the middle of a dream spell.
Well, indeed, he's done the damage. The most of the damage is done by this man. And one more thing is that he's pretty consistent with his performance as well. And also that it's quite a bit of a challenge to continue bowling a lot of overs by the fast man. Even in the previous game, he bowled 8 overs on trot.
Just straying down leg. Now there's an interesting story I'd like to share about Kaleem. This morning I'd gone for the pitch report and I did go a little early. That's because I wanted to walk around the greens. And he was there stretching. The rest of the team was inside or still getting ready to come out. And I'm saying, Kaleem, what brings you here so early? Like, I just need to stretch and start sweating and start warming my body up. I need to get into the groove. That's so very nice to see that the man who's doing all the hard yards in the middle is now making it count with the ball as well.
There is always a hard work gets paid. And the reward is in front. 2 wickets now for him. And it is the fast bowlers who really work hard on themselves are the one who delivers.
And it's good to see that Jatinder Singh, the stand-in skipper for Zishan Maqsood, is persisting with an attacking field. He has 2 slips in place. He's continued with that, even though at times he's removed the second slip there, he's moved it to short gully for a catch as well. So he's giving his bowlers the confidence and telling them that I know you'll pick up wickets and I'm giving you the field you want.
Well, indeed, it's the backup you need from the captain. Always gives you confidence as well. Michael, what were you doing early there? Are you planning to bowl some overs as well?
Well, I stopped bowling long back, Abid. I'm still deciding whether I should be bowling or batting. That's been the story in my case, but Kaleem was certainly very aware of what he needs to do, and there he was, stretching and getting ready. And you can see the figures, they say it all.
This time slightly slower one. Guides it toward the third. Yes, that's always the scene that all the youngsters who's watching out this game need to understand, that you need to take your work very seriously. If you're a fast bowler, it's quite a bit of a challenge for you.
Jatinder Singh, stand-in skipper today for Zishan Maqsood, who's just nursing an injury. And he's been a very proactive captain, was ecstatic at the toss to win it. He wanted to bowl first and immediately decided on the same. He's made good changes in the field as well. Changed the fielders. There again, just back of the length.
Quite consistent with that line and length, Kalimullah. He hits that one area and extract the movement as well. So you never know when he'll bowl that extra bounce and where he will be bowling those away going deliveries to the right-handers. Now you see a lot different as Aaron Johnson. It's usually the other way around. He faces 10 deliveries, he scores 24 in T20s.
There again. Just that little bit of deviation of the surface. Another very tidy over. Only 2 coming off it. 10 overs gone. It's 21 for 3. And just the right time to also take a look at how the first 10 overs panned out for the batting side. Kalimullah did the bulk of the damage. He accounted for Srimanta's wicket up front. Fayaz had its moments, but Aaron Johnson teed off, or rather got off the mark with a beautiful four. That was again from the bat of Aaron Johnson down the ground past Fayaz's butt. And this catch by Nesta Damba just made the morning even more beautiful. What a catch and commitment as well. Then this appeal and a wicket as well. Arman Kapoor playing all over it across the line. And Fayaz Butt accounted for the first, and that was Canada's third wicket. So after 10, it's 21 for 3.
Clearly, the first half belongs to Oman. And no wonder both the captain were looking to bowl first to extract that moisture and get a use of that early on. And they did so well. 3 wickets now, Canada is struggling.
Harsh Thakur. Rafiullah has been introduced in the 11th over. A good start for him. Harsh Thakur was in a similar situation in the last game as well. He came, he had to repair, he had to rebuild. He got 75 of 97 deliveries, if I'm not wrong. And he was the reason why they got to 229, Abid.
Well, indeed. That's what I said. It's just about one good partnership. And Harsh, who had a quite bit of partnership down there at the centre when he was batting alongside Saad and coming late Nikhil Datta. So they really did an excellent job to rebuild. That's what they need here.
That's nicely flicked off his pads. That's going towards the mid-wicket boundary. That's how Harsh Thakur plays his game. He comes far across, gets in line and flicks it towards the mid-wicket region, his favourite area. And it's fetching him good amount of runs as well.
That's what you need. Just time it. Look at that. Superb timing on that. On the on drive. He's done that, and the outfield even helped him to go all the way. 4 runs. I mean, you need these kind of shots to build the inning that what we were talking about.
Absolutely. He's growing as a batter and he's grown in confidence as well. He's unafraid to take time early on. He backs himself to get the runs in the latter half. He did exactly that, and soon after that 4, slip moves to mid-wicket. Jitendra Singh brings himself at short mid-wicket. Just looking to play with soft hands.
And this is very important that you have a clear communication with your bowler what you're planning it. And he saw one shot on the onside, and so Harsh is quite comfortable playing on the onside. So the slip is taken out, so the bowler need to bowl around the pad area so that slightly mistiming will be straight into the pouch.
Oh yeah, that's his strength area. So if you plug that gap, you're practically telling Harsh Thakur, find runs elsewhere, mate. And that's how Jitendra Singh wants to do things. There again, invariably it goes to the man at short mid-wicket. So that's a good move to move slip to mid-wicket.
Yeah, the earlier you understand, the better it is. Now, just one boundary it took for Jatendra to understand that Harsh Thakur is quite comfortable playing on the onside. So yes, a very good move and useful here. That is the way when you cut down those singles, the pressure applies.
Now what it does is, it may just prompt Harsh Thakur to try to find a run elsewhere. Much better this time, drives it straight to mid-off.
So now when you try to stop these singles for the batter, and also choosing the right man at the right place will make the batter make the error. If he gets a little bit of mistiming or just trying to play out of his comfort zone, that's the idea here from the captain Jatendra.
Absolutely, Abid. Good point. Just get him out of his comfort zone is the plan. Fuller, this time it's between mid-wicket and mid-on. This is firmly struck, leaned into it. 4 more for Thakur. 2 fours coming off this over. It's been a good one. 11 gone. It's 29 for 3.
So Kalimullah to continue. He's bowled 5 on the trot. And he's had a remarkable bowling figure of 2 for 7. And in all of it, he's kept Aaron Johnson quiet.
Probably he's continuing to get rid of that man, Aaron Johnson. But the problem over here for Oman is not Aaron, it's Harsh Thakur who's got a almost run a bowl.
There again, just bowls it back of length. You call that the hard length, very hard to play. In two minds on most occasions. How good has Kalimullah been this morning, Abid?
Oh, superb. Undoubtedly, he's been bowling at the right channel, asking the right question to the batters. He's got 2 wickets, and because of that pressure being applied, his partner today, not Bilal but Fayaz Butt, gets another wicket as well. He's also enjoying the company.
That's an ordinary effort at point. You cannot afford to give the batter an opportunity to steal a single. You got to keep him on strike. One of the main reasons, Ayan Khan, one of the main reasons bowlers like to bowl at one batsman is because they want to frustrate them and just get them into their shell. Ayan Khan needs to be more sharp in that region.
He's an excellent fielder. Just that given day, small bit of a missed field there. Now, because of that misfield, you have a new batter in front. Change of the plan for this man. That kind of hurt the bowler as well.
Another single here for Harsh Thakur. He's looking good. 11 and 13 for him. Fresh from a player of the match performance in the last game. 75 runs with the bat. Bailed his team out of trouble. Took them into a position of strength. Aaron missed out in the last game. Was rested. He's come back into the playing 11 for the second one-dayer. He's been a little orthodox this morning, a little sedate.
Now look at that. He just quickly is where the batter is going to be using the crease that you mentioned earlier. It's very important for any batter to use the crease. Now, Aaron Johnson worked a bit there in front, coming one step ahead is just clearly because he wanted to cut down that swing. And you got to give a credit to Kalimullah, who still is able to extract some movement.
For someone who was scoring 28 and 11 in the T20s, to have changed gears, just talks about his mental strength as well. There again, a quick single towards covers. Harsh Thakur will have to run quickly to get into crease.
Well, it is not only Aaron Johnson, but the entire team Canada knows that it's only few deliveries for Aaron Johnson to cover it up. The kind of batter he is, the kind of form he is in. And this man, Harsh Thakur, carries that momentum from the previous game.
Another single. 4 runs coming off it. Harsh Thakur will retain strike. 12 gone. It's 33 for 3. Mohammad Nadeem to bowl from the Oman LNG end. An economy of little over 5. 32 wickets for him in 42 games. He's been a stalwart here with Oman's side. With bat, ball and in the field, always making an impact. His 10 overs will come in very handy as Canada look to find a move on from here.
Yeah, that's what they did. Even in the previous game, they brought Rafiullah just for 1 over. You know, he's gone for 8. Similar today as well. You had a change. Rafiullah now brought Mohammad Nadeem.
Still no spinners in operation. Jatinder just opting for pacers, seamers.
Yeah, indeed. It was Zishan Maksud. We are used to him now because he brings himself early. Quite a bit of similar role that both the captain has in the team. Both of them bat left-hander and they do that left arm tweak as well. And also, there is slight bit of a difference here. Zishan Maksud introduced himself early in the bowling, unlike Zaad bin Zafar.
That's a lot of observation, Abid. You've got everything right. Both captains left arm orthodox spinners, middle order batters. One brings himself very early to bowl and one towards the latter half. Great observation there. For the moment, Mohammad Nadeem has begun well, bowling to his field. Harsh Thakur, as always, he takes his time.
So we might see a spinner coming later because the fast bowlers are doing good job. That's what I think, Mikhail, is the plan from Jatinder.
As far as the plan is working, it's a great plan, Abid.
Yeah, you never change things when it's going smooth.
Oh, he's struggling. But then again, the throw wasn't that hard. Johnson makes it.
Well, it never looked 22 yards for Johnson. It was looking really far away. It was clearly struggling. See, he's left a bit late. He was not up for the run, but he spawned it to his partner to cover. Now you're risking a wicket here for just one run. That's something which is you need to work on.
And this is where Harsh Thakur has to understand that Aaron Johnson is not the quickest of runners between the wickets. Unlike a Pargat Singh or a Ravindra Pal Singh. That's why he'll need to really reconsider that option of taking a quick run when the fielders are up in the 30-yard circle.
Maybe that's the reason is Aaron Johnson opens the inning with Srimanta. Both of them, they rely heavily on the boundaries rather than running between the wicket. They've been exceptional while hitting the ball towards the fence. Whereas the rest of the team of Canada, and including the captain Saad bin Zafar, all of them, they're very quick between the wicket.
Indeed. But what I've liked about Aaron Johnson is he's happy just taking singles today. He wants to play himself in. For a batter who's had a strike rate of over 150 in the T20 internationals, this has been a very matured approach.
Just to also mind you that he's playing his first game of 50 overs after that series. So a lot of 20 overs game that he played before coming here. And now it's, for him, it's the first game where he need to understand where am I standing.
Yes, especially when you've lost 3 early wickets, the last thing you want to do is take any kind of risk and get into a 4-down situation.
Oman has done a great job. They kept on picking those wickets, and those were very important wickets. But the man who matters is Aaron Johnson. Glides it towards the third and takes the single. 3 coming off this over. It's 36 for 3 at the end of 13 Canada. Well, that's broadcasting and streaming partners. Sports High, Fanco, Ratrangi, Hulu, Ultra, Willow, Geo Super, Geo. It's 90W Prod G and TPT 360 production. So with that, we'll have a change. In the com box, it will be Shoaib Ahmed alongside Sohas Vedam to take you further.
Thank you, Abid. 36 for 3. As Kalimullah hits one right on the helmet of Harsh Thakur. Good ball. Well directed as well. Will be interesting to see in that replay again, but that was a good shot delivery on the helmet. Welcome, Suhas.
Thank you very much, Shoaib. Yeah, the concussion protocols. A set of questions that Ankur is asking. And it's for the first time that the opposition is also helping out in the questions. And it's early drinks as Harsh Thakur answers some questions.
.37 for 3, 13.2 overs. Just the right time for us to get down along the sidelines where we've had Suhas Vedam with a special guest.
We've got with us manager of the Canadian national cricket team, Alfonso Franco. Very warm welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Suhas, for the opportunity to be here. It's a fantastic place. The hospitality has been great and couldn't ask for anything more.
I remember that you were there on the tour to Namibia as well. What has changed in between? Has the role become more demanding?
The role is the same of a manager that basically makes sure that we are supporting everything that the players need and the management needs to succeed in our goal, which is this time an ODI status. In this particular case, Namibia, and here the major difference is that we have our coach back that took us to the World Cup 11, 12 years ago. Coach Pubudu is back, and that makes a huge difference. We got new blood, and we got a new attitude, and a can-do attitude, which Canada is well known for.
Yeah, you said can-do attitude and, of course, new blood. Just taking it on from there, what do you feel is in the pathway for the next 4 or 5 years in terms of planning and man management?
Currently, we have a lot of veterans on the team. They're mentoring young folks coming in. We have a roster of 50 to 60 people back home. They'll all be used as we go forward because the schedule is going to be much more demanding, and we're on target to make sure that we reach our goal, which is ODI status again. So,
whenever the team travels, it has certain plans in mind. It has certain goals in mind. Have they been achieved in this particular tour? Because it's been demanding as well.
It's very demanding, but we have achieved, we mark each goal, each stage of a goal that we achieve with a small celebration. In this case, we have hit all the goals that we have had, and we're not finished yet because we have to go to Malaysia to get the job done. We'll celebrate for a little bit after that, but we'll be back again in the month of February, so February, March.
Well, you always tell me it's about getting what needs to be get done. As simple as that. Thank you very much, Alfonso, for keeping it as simple as possible.
Thank you, Suhas. I really appreciate the time. I appreciate the hosts here, and I appreciate everything everybody's doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was Alfonso Franco.
Right, that was Suhas Vedam earlier with Mr. Franco, team manager of Canada. And we're just about to start 14th over, the third delivery after being hit on the helmet. Harsh Thakur is back after that concussion test. So 13 of 31, Aaron Johnson, he's playing the anchor's role here. And as long as he is there, Canada would feel that they can get to a total of 250.
Just invert those figures here. 13 or 31, usually it's the other way around. You could see the frustration. Usually the grunts come from the bowler, not from the batter. You could almost sense, sure, that he's getting a little itchy here, Aaron Johnson. Wants to find that boundary on a regular basis.
Yes, and that's when you need to talk to yourself as a batter and make sure that you look at the larger picture, the bigger picture, and that is to get Canada to a good total. Big appeal, not out, says the umpire. That customary dance with the appeal from Kalimullah.
Yeah, that's a good shout. The batter walking across, that's a very good shout. Again, what's prompted Johnson to do something different is the number of runs in that over. Kalimullah is keeping it very tight. And what I like about Kalimullah is also the fact that the captain can always rely on him for a longer spell.
Yes, that's true. He bowled 8 overs on the trot in the first game, in his first spell.
Good ball.
Very well bowled again, not giving anything away. Kalimullah just 11 runs off his 7 overs, and he's also got 2 wickets to his name. 14 overs, 37 for 3. Well, in fact, they've gone upstairs to check for that run out. So us, directed are always close. What do you think of this one?
Jatinder Singh had got the throw in, and Aaron Johnson, this is when he first found out that the ball might be in play. He's just about plonked the bat down. It's a risky affair. And you could also see while he plonks the bat down, his front foot's in the air. So had he not done that, would have been in deep trouble. You want to be dragging the bat, don't you?
Yeah, plonking is never a good option. But I think on that occasion he was just a little comfortable. Didn't have to run or sprint. 14 overs are now completed as the score is 37 for 3. Nadeem.
First over was tight. And he started off well again. Harsh Thakur and Aaron Johnson. They need to have a word with each other perhaps about increasing the run rate here. 2.61 in the first 15 overs. With the field restrictions in place for the first 10, you've got to make a move on here. Sure, this might come back to hurt them little later. 62 dot balls already. 62 of them. That's almost 10 overs worth of dot balls. Yeah, just more than 10 overs in fact. And more pressure on Ravindrapal Singh and men to come then. For a big finish.
That's gone high up in the air. One hand off the bat. Will land safely and just trickle over the ropes. So for a moment we thought it's going to go all the way. But it was not timed too well. But just enough for Harsh Thakur to clear the fielder and get 4 runs.
Needed momentum. They got momentum with the shot. That's what he's more worried about. Nadeem. Yeah, he's hit this in the gap really well.
One hand off the bat. That tells you that it's not coming onto the bat very nicely. The ball is doing something on the deck. You're right, 62 dot balls in just 14.2 overs. Even in the previous game, we saw that same kind of a number where 15 overs of dot balls were played in 20 overs innings, the first 20 overs. Nicely played. This one will be cut off by Rafiullah at the boundary ropes.
Yeah, Nestor Thamba, you can put him wherever you want on the field. He will provide his 100%. Usually you find him at point or at covers. Extremely quick as a fielder. Nadim's conceded 6 runs in the first 3 balls. Off late, that's the most conceded by a pacer. It's going to be a cross-seam delivery, Shoaib.
Nicely guided as well by Harsh. He's been in good form. Started with the T20s, got some important runs, quick runs down the order. And in the first game, scored an important 50 as well, Harsh Thakur. And he's got a start in this game as well. So it's not as if Oman is not bowling well in the second innings. It's more about Harsh Thakur and the kind of batting that he's shown in both the matches so far.
And yes, I really want to have a closer look at the man underneath the lead on the other end here, Aaron Johnson. Because is it really Aaron Johnson who's turned up? 13 or 34?
Yes, it takes some mental toughness to play this kind of innings, especially in this T20 era, for you to change and mold yourself to play the longer format. It definitely needs some temperament, and Aaron Johnson is just displaying that.
Yeah, if Canada get to a 15, about 15 overs, which is just a ball away, so it just sort of tells me that they've got to attack in the middle overs. It's not going to be a singles fest in the middle overs. It's got to be a little more than that. They've got to find a boundary at least once in 2 overs to get to a respectable total. Aaron Johnson can do that at will, but at the moment he's been kept quiet. 15 overs gone, 44 for 3.
Thank
15 overs gone, 44 for 3. Aaron Johnson's out there for 13 or 36 deliveries. Harsh Thakur providing a lovely extra pair of hands, 21 or 25. Srimanta Matthew Arman left early today. Ravinder Pal Singh, Ammar Khalid gets a game today. Saad bin Zafar can bat and Nikhil Datta can bat as well. Boy, can he bat? Shreyas Mova, I think he'll be in next. Wasim Ali. It's always special to play at this level.
Yes, Wasim introduced into the attack. Slip in place. Starts off with a full delivery, almost a block hole delivery to Harsh Thakur. This will be interesting, this contest. The ball turning away from Harsh.
Yeah, one of the finest players of spin in Canada, Harsh Thakur. Up against one of the finest that Oman have to give at this moment, Wasim Ali. Right from his under 19 days, renowned as one of the best in terms of thinking about the game. And of course, one thing that you get with Wasim Ali is no unnecessary appeals.
Yes, he knows his cricket. He's young, but he's still very matured in terms of his skills. Has got a very strong cricketing mind. Beautifully pulled. Some drift in the air and then the turn off the deck.
Just loving this. Early into the over, inviting him. Just a hint of turn here. Not much, but a hint of turn. And he's got a round arm action, so you've got to play the angle as well. You can't be playing the wrong line. If you do, the ball will turn further away from you. If you lose balance, then the wickets are robbed. The bails are robbed. Brilliant delivery followed by this one. 4 dot balls. Good start for Wasim.
Yes, and as soon as you bring our attention to the dot balls, a single is taken.
But still, what I love about that is that he made him drive, he made him lean into it. And Harsh Thakur being Harsh Thakur, good control as he plays it down to long on. He's got the feel for it now. Aaron Johnson versus spin. Aaron Johnson's turned up in different mood today. And looks like this might get there. No. Well fielded. Aaron Johnson's not worked this hard for a boundary ever since he packed his bags and came to Oman. 16 overs gone, 47 for 3. So it's going to be this way. Spin from one and pace from the other. That trial will continue. Harsh Thakur is wanting to get a move on. Aaron Johnson shown signs of getting a move on. But for the first time in this tour, Aaron Johnson feels the boundaries are far away. He, of course, can turn it around with one shot. But the Canadian team and, of course, his well-wishers are waiting for that one shot. Very good delivery. That's the reward for bowling in the channel. Aged intake and Harsh Thakur departs for 22. Canada lose another at the wrong time here, just when this partnership was prospering. 29.
What a good ball that is. What a good first ball of the over. Just the right length, and I think it was never a ball that Harsh could have cut. Very close to his body. Still went for that shot. Faintest of edges, and Adil Shafiq takes a good simple catch. A big wicket in the context of the game. Harsh Thakur is walking back after scoring 22 of 31. Canada now in some trouble. 47 for 4.
Shreyas Mova, 29 years of age, 172 runs in his 13 games. Don't look at that average. That doesn't justify the kind of player he is. Perhaps look at the strike rate. Yes, 39 is best, but he can better that in this particular innings as well. It was almost inevitable that Shreyas Mova had to come out and bat at this stage. We call it the Badrinath effect. You need some stability, you send him up top. Or he'll quietly slip down if it was a good start as well. But Nadeem, what a good delivery once again. There is movement off the deck for Nadeem. It's not in the air, but it did the trick. Look what he has been rewarded with, a slip fielder. How impressed are you by the captaincy of Jatinder Singh? It's not something which we see very often in the Oman setup.
Very impressed. I'm very impressed. I'm pleased to see the kind of approach they are showing. They are looking desperate for this win, and that is how the approach should be in every game.
Good delivery. Would you believe it? A must-win game, and you're missing your regular captain. Those are big boots to fill indeed, and Jatinder Singh's done really well. We've seen him captain the T20 sides, the T10 sides, but this one's special.
That's the wicket of Harsh. Never a ball to cut that. Nicely played. Very concrete approach. So yes, you're talking about the captaincy of Jatinder Singh, and I think what he's done well is that he has assessed the situation of the game, has not been afraid to get slips, and has not been hesitant to remove the slips as well when the bowlers are not hitting those right areas. We saw that with Fayaz. For a couple of overs, he had 2 slips, and then he changed that into 1 slip. Once he got a wicket, he brought another slip. So he's very flexible in that approach.
And he's not scared of being unorthodox as well. A gully, the 17th over. The ball stopped moving much, but it's moving off the deck, not in the air.
That gully is more of a psychological importance than decision, because you know for a new batter you want to get in, and now you see the gully is out.
Just when we had to analyze him. What are you doing there? I think it was also of strategic importance.
I think with that length he's never going to hit that ball towards gully.
I just love the idea that he's working with the same plan that he worked for Harsh as well. Just open the face of the bat and try and pick up a single. Brilliant delivery. Just try and pick up a single in the third man region, and in the bargain lose your wicket by feathering one to Adil.
I think on that occasion Harsh was trying to cut the ball too hard. It was close to his body. He was trying to cut it, not guide it. And hence that faintest of edge. On this occasion, he's removed the gully because it's just the last 2 balls of the over. So he doesn't want to concede a boundary, doesn't give a single. He wants to maintain that pressure going into the next over.
Fair enough. And it's what was a little surprising for me to have removed the gully at that stage was the fact that Shreyas Moba is yet to get his first run.
Nicely bowled. A maiden with a wicket for Nadeem. 17 gone. It's 47 for 4.
The first over granted 3 runs only. Wasim, he'll continue. As to take you further in terms of storytelling, we've got Abid and Mikhail.
Nicely bowled. Well bowled, Wasim. Good, Wasim.
Thank you very much, Suhas and Shoaib. Shreyas Moba, now new man who's yet to get off the mark. And some great pressure is being applied by these Omani bowlers. They picked up 4 wickets, and their spinners also chipping well. Excellent piece of cricket this is. A very crucial toss to win, Mikhail. And they won the toss, and we can see the result.
Absolutely, Abid. And what I liked about the bowlers as far as... just come back to it after this ball. Just slow through there, some turn, asking a few questions. Every bowler has come in and made it count, and that's the most important bit.
Well, indeed. That was slow in the air and just enough movement. That turn off the deck. Well, very close. Now, this is where you can draw that outside edge. Again, a flighted, big shout, and they're asking the umpire, Adil Shafiq, a little excited there. Got a solo first, excited.
Now, this is an interesting shout, but looked very safe as far as the batter is concerned. Wonder what were they appealing for? For a catch, an edge, a stumping?
No run.
Yeah, not so sure what the appeal was for. For a moment, I thought it's for stump. But saw that appeal going towards the main umpire, so could be they'd be asking for the edge.
Right, now what I liked about Jatinder's captaincy is attacked. Only two fielders outside the circle, one at deep square leg and at long off. The rest all inside the circle, a slip in place as well. Jatinder sighting some turn for the spinners and he's kept in close fielders.
Agent taken at the slip score, and that's what my partner was mentioning. The slip position is so important. So Jatinder never leave that spot, and he got a result. What a wicket! Shreyas Mowa moving out without scoring run.
This was slightly quicker, got some bounce, hit the shoulder of the bat. Shreyas Mowa committing into that front foot. It was appreciable bounce. And there it is. Wasim strikes. Mowa departs for a duck. Half the side back in the pavilion. It's the first wicket for Wasim as well. Well, it's 48 for 5.
Ravinder Pal Singh is the new man in, another right-hander. There's a lot of left-arm spinners on the operate. I was expecting the captain to walk in. Saad bin Zafar could be a better option to come now.
That's a good point you made, just to negate that left-arm orthodox spin. But I'll tell you what, for a right-handed batter on the surface, with the ball turning away from him, it's going to be quite a contest.
No run, no run, no run.
Just trying to play it off his pads. Very fine over here by Wasim. A wicket and only a single. 18 gone, it's 48 for 5.
And Aaron Johnson is there watching the half of his team back in the hut. A lot of pressure. On the onside, he goes. There is a man. The big man, Kalimullah, patrolling that region. Fine leg is deep.
What a performance here by Oman. Winning the toss, bowling first. Jatinder told his bowlers, get me the wickets, and they've been there. This man in the frame, Kalimullah, accounting for 2 wickets up front with a new ball. Nadeem, a wicket for him. Wasim in the last over got a wicket as well. Fayaz Butt, 2 getting. A Canada batsman out. And all of it, Jatinder is telling the boys, we will attack. He's had fielders inside the 30-yard circle for the longest part of these 18 overs.
Slip is on and 2 fielders are outside the circle only. The attack is on, and as my dear friend Mikhail is mentioning, it is time for attack for Oman. Yes, why not when you've taken 5 wickets and it is a must-win game for you.
You don't want to give easy runs, firstly. You want to make them work for their runs. At a time when the ball is doing something, you believe that your bowlers can get the job done. Fayaz Butt stretching. Looks like he'll be having a go from the other end. They've all turned up well today. In adversity, if you find opportunity, it's a winning mantra.
And the onside, they'll get only 1. There is a big man, Kalimullah, patrolling that area, and you don't test his arms. He's got a strong arm. And what I think is that it is a perfect planning, but this man will be having a lot of work.
Meanwhile, Canada bring their 50 up in the 19th over. It's been a struggle. They've crawled to 50, and it's come at a price as well. They've lost half the side too. Aaron Johnson has watched everything from the other end. Ravindra Pal Singh has just walked in.
They really need to dig in. Big shout, big shout. Has he got any part of the below? And give it. That's out. That's a big wicket. Aaron Johnson was standing there for a long, long time, but his stint comes to an end.
And he's not happy walking back. He has a word or two to share with the umpire. He believes there was something on the way to the pads. Was there an inside edge? But from here it looked dead straight. Nadeem was appealing for a reason. Umpire taking his time to raise the finger. Johnson has to walk back. It's a procession right now. Canada lose their 6th. He goes for 17. It's 50 in the 19th over.
The man in crisis walks in, the captain of Canada, Saad bin Zafar. Well, the best of 43. And they need a better than that, the average of 20. And I just can't gather what went wrong with Canada. Or is it just sheer the attacking strategy of Jatinder and the boys?
Yes, it's just been a very cohesive performance on display. An attacking captain, aggressive bowling, tidy bowling, accurate. Nadeem continues. Just again in two minds there. Saad Zafar, two new batters in the middle. Oman on a high. They're calling the shots in the middle.
Well, indeed, that's the wicket. Look at that. Now that hit the pad. And that was not an appeal, a demand perhaps. Yeah, what a relief to see that finger raised, and that man in a bit of bother, that not convinced with that decision, but he has to take a walk out.
Yes, and in the best interest of the game, the players should refrain from speaking with umpires in the middle while going back to the pavilion.
With the angle going away, and the score is still 50 for 6 Canada.
Let's go, guys, let's go. Right.
Well, a lot of single digits there. Aaron and Harsh are the only batter who could go into the double figures. Wasim is bowling a lot slower today. And he's getting the trouble. Now you just...
Saad Zafar still to open the account. Ravindrapal Singh. Yes, Abid.
Well, I was just thinking that you mentioned earlier that the players should not be talking to umpire as soon as they're given out or any decision that they don't feel it's gone in their favor.
Oh yes, that's quite a talking point. Simply because we'll talk about it after this delivery. Wasim Ali has turned up really well in his third over. A wicket for him already. Only 5 runs. Holding its line this time around, slip in place. Yeah, you're talking about not talking to the umpire after being given out. You can look at it in many ways. We'll take a look at this wicket firstly. Now nothing went up, so this can earn demerit points. It can be looked upon as contesting or challenging a decision. It can be looked upon as dissent as well. So you really don't want to get into the line of the umpire's decision. Goes big. Oh, that almost carried to mid-wicket. It was a flying effort. But that was very, very far from him. And that's exactly what I'm coming to, Abid. So all of this may just earn you a few demerit points.
Oh, indeed. Not the right man to mess with. Oh, that could have been a catch of the series. Brilliant effort. His earlier held one. Out of thin air, running backwards, Nestor Damba. I like the idea from Wasim Ali that he's bowling a lot slower, just trying to bring the batter on front foot.
He's mixing it up well. He can bowl the quick arm ball, the slow, conventional left arm orthodox. He can drag the length back and give it loop.
Currently that is working for him, bowling slow. And why not? And then he's been someone, it seems that he enjoys the longer format. Wasim Ali, he was never there for T20s. But as soon as the longer format we are at, he's there. Making his first appearance. I'll bowl a lot shorter and a quicker one as well. Just trying to mix it up. 20 gone. 52 for 6 Canada. And look at that, everyone chipped in with a wicket. Nadeem with 2, Kaleem with 2, Fayaz with 1, Wasim Ali with 1. Rafiullah has been brought only for 1 over. That was a similar occasion in the first one days as well.
And in all of it, we are in the 21st over and Jatinder Singh going in with a slip and a gully. That's how Oman has attacked this morning after winning the toss.
Don't you think, Mikhail, Saad bin Zafar should bat slightly up to the order?
Yeah, that's a talking point again, Abid. A good question. Usually a captain underplays himself in the side more often than not. And that's been the case with Saad as well. He won that game in the T20 against Bahrain coming at this position. But again, it has to be a situational call. You never know, they may be experimenting. They want to give the youngsters a go. As a captain, you'd want to test and see them in different situations. So it's an individual's call. It's a management's call. A lot goes in that pavilion over there.
Balls it fuller.
But as you rightly mentioned, he can promote himself and give him more time in the middle. But with 30 overs at his disposal, it's practically having enough time. But does he have the players at the other end?
Well, my point is that if he comes up to the order, because he's been the only left-hander batter in Canada side, so can prevent that collapse and just kind of trouble at this heat, the fielders running around from here and there, disturb the bowler's line. Could play a part as a left-hander. Very important player. Yeah, let's that pass.
Well, that's a fair enough point and a good option as well for a captain to reconsider. But then again, you look at situations. Maybe had they been batting second, having to get 180, and Zafar would have fancied his chances to come in and get a few quick runs. But I'd like to also credit Oman's discipline this morning. Hardly any extras. They've been very tidy. They've bowled in the right channels. In time since the last boundary, 37 deliveries. Just goes to show the kind of impact they've had.
And I don't think so. That would be a sign of worry for Canada at the moment. They will not be looking for the boundary. Certainly would be looking for wickets here. And that's the reason they keep on. The attack is on here. 2 man out in the circle. Out of the circle, we have a very horizontal field set for both these batters.
But you were the toss with the captains, and the moment Jatinder won the toss, he was celebrating it to a certain level as well.
Well, I was surprised. I thought we might see a slight bit of a different today because maybe we saw as the result of the last game where batting second was easier, pardon me, difficult. So I thought maybe Jatinder would go with the bat first considering the previous game, but no. It seems that they know things or two about this ground pretty well and they knew which surface they're playing at.
You'd always want to bowl first on a surface like this and see what has happened. 6 top wickets of Canada are back in the pavilion. Another 30 overs to go. A little under 30, make that 29. And more than half the side in the dugout. Oman have taken their catches. I've just liked the way they've come out this morning. More intent, the execution has happened. The body language is showing that they're ready to go for the kill.
Well, just mind you, they had a good rest day in between as well. That day could have taken them to the drawing board.
We all had a good rest day, haven't
Oh,
we?
yes, indeed. Very solid behind it is the captain of Canada, Saad bin Zafar. It's a maiden over. What an over from Mohammad Nadeem, 52 for 6. Yes. Wasim Ali seems to be a threat here. Yeah. Pass from the back foot, Ravinder Pal. In fact, both the batters are trying to play on the back foot against Wasim Ali. Clearly, they just want to see which way the ball is going to turn.
Yes, tentative here, Ravindra Pal Singh. He likes to go after the bowling, and that's why, unlike 2 fielders outside the circle, for Ravindra Pal Singh there are 4. Deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and a cover sweeper as well. 2 on the off inside the circle, +1 in the slip. Captain himself, watchful, tentative, going behind it.
Every time he bowls those arm deliveries, the batter goes onto the back foot. Whenever the batter sees that the ball is going to turn away, plays on the front foot. That's kind of a contest it is. No, send back. Yeah, you don't risk it when you're 6 wickets down.
Proactive Jatinder Singh filling in for Zishan Maqsood this morning. And what a remarkable job he's done as captain.
Well, what I made out from that sign of Jatinder, maybe he's asking the new bowler to warm up and change Nadeem from the other end.
Cover sweeper, a long off, a long on, and a deep mid wicket in place.
Tossed it up in the air, and that single will be the only run coming throughout the over. Excellent bowling by Wasim Ali. It's Canada will move on to 53 with the 6 wickets down. Shadow practicing the captain of Canada. A bit of a bother there with the 6-man down. After this, I think they got Nikhil Datta to come. And then the tail. If I got that right sign.
Absolutely, Abid. You've captained quite a few sides, looks like it.
Well, been around with a lot of captains. I think Rafiullah deserved to bowl few overs here as well, because even in the previous one days he just bowled 1 over.
And this is a good start for him. 8 of the first. He was a touch expensive, was taken off after that, and he's come back with relatively 2 new batters in the middle. He'll need to find his groove. The last thing you want to do is allow the team to get away from this position, Abid.
Well, indeed. And that ball kept touch low there. He tried to bowl it at the center of the wicket, giving a lot of width as well.
And this is where Rafiullah will need to just get a bit more tidy. The consistency in his deliveries as far as the length and line is concerned needs to get better.
There are few players of Oman, they really need to come back, play better. They are far better than what they have delivered so far. Shoaib Khan, Kashyap Kumar Prajapati, and Rafiullah as well. They're far more talented. Angling it away from the left-hander Saad bin Zafar. Now he's slightly under pressure, because from here you need a partnership. And nothing better than Ravindra Pal can be at the other end.
You get the impression Canada just got into their shell and they need to get out of it now. Yes, wickets is a problem. Crease occupation is the key, but at some stage you'll want to just accelerate. And at the moment it does not look like the boundaries are coming by. Oh, he goes on to the back foot. This is a fabulous effort in the deep. He'll keep it to 2. He certainly saved 2 runs. And this means that it's been 50 balls since the last boundary has been scored.
Yeah, that was the closest they could get for a boundary out of this 50 deliveries. It's been a really long time they haven't struck a boundary here. It's all been the wickets and the singles or the dot balls most of the time. Now slightly you'll see them getting settled round the wicket here. Rafiullah for the left-hander. He's got a very smooth bowling action as well, Rafiullah.
Well, he's got all the ingredients for a tall pace bowling all-rounder. He runs in. He can generate a lot of pace, and with the bat he's already done.
Oh boy, what a batter he is when it comes to get those runs. Proper finisher. Just need a little bit of a work. Just pulled it out from the offside to the on, and they'll take single only. Well, 4 coming off this over. They'll be slightly happy, Canada. It's 57 for 6 at the end of 23.
Let's go, lads. शाबाश वसीम अली, शाबाश वसीम।
Seems to be continuing. Now that's a very right area where you need to be. Slightly full, I think, but I think that's where you need to be against the left-hander. And now from here, Saad cannot play on cross-batted shot.
Canada's problems are well documented. They are batting at a run rate of 2.46 times since the last boundary is 54 deliveries. They are 57 in the 24th over and only 5 fours have so far come. That shows how much they have struggled in the middle. Or rather, how well and disciplined and tidy have the bowlers of Oman been this morning.
Well, indeed. There haven't been a single occasion where we have seen that Canada is batting comfortably. All credit goes to the bowler of Oman.
Absolutely, Abid. The fielders, the bowlers, everyone's raised their hand today.
And out of this 23 and a half and slightly more than that, they just struck 5 boundaries. So that clearly indicates that the fielders were placed at the right places. I think one thing they have done great here, haven't let any partnership to build.
And in 140 deliveries bowled so far, 102 have been dot balls. The dot ball percentage has been so high, it only talks about Oman's effort this morning. Still trying to find perfection in the field. An orthodox mid-wicket and a mid-on, beg your pardon, in place.
Yeah, now I would not mind to have a leg slip here the way Wasim is bowling against the left-hander. We saw that it puts Saad under a little bit of a pressure.
And Abid, make no mistake, there's nothing wrong in the pitch. It's playing true. It's just that the bowlers have kept things very tight with an attacking field in play.
No, that didn't carry. A lucky skip there for captain Saad bin Zafar. It's a maiden. The score is unmoved. It's 6 wickets down for 24.
Let's go, please.
This has been a brilliant effort so far by Oman, and they'll want to ensure that they curtail, and also just about bundle out Canada to as low as possible. That's because they have already restricted them to 57 for 6 in 24 overs. Every bowler for Oman this morning has been amongst wickets, and they've all added to the decision of Jatinder Singh, who opted to bowl first, as Nestor Damba now has been introduced in the 25th over. And as soon as he comes in, he brings in some turn with his off-cutters. Just the right time to also bring about a change in the commentary box. It's going to be Suhas Vedam alongside Shoaib Ahmed.
Come on, boys. Work hard, guys. Dynasty. Oi, nice, Nestor.
Nestor Dhamba, how many bowling options does Jatinder have today now that Nestor Dhamba is back in the side as well? The previous session of spin was very exciting to watch indeed. And Canada are in deep trouble here, 58 for 6. The buzzword in the Canada camp right now would be partnership, Shoaib. Partnership.
Oh yes, no doubt about that. They need a partnership, and they need a big partnership. This one's 9 of 35 deliveries. Just need to get some more runs. Oh, that looks close. Looks close. And given. He almost went and hugged the umpire there. That was a different kind of appeal from Nestor Dhamba, but effective nonetheless. Another wicket down. Ravinder Pal Singh. Impact, yes, in line. There you go, Nestor. Almost there. 5 of 17. Canada 59 for 7.
"28 years of age, Nikhil Datta, 330 runs amassed in this format, best of 38.
Same line, Ayan, same line.
In search of his first half century. I think he cannot get a better opportunity than this. He has to bail the team out. And Zafar wanted his boys to be tested, and this is an excellent test before the mission to Malaysia begins.
Lovely bowling, lovely bowling. Well done, VC.
That was the wicket of Ravinder Pal. And look at Nestor. Well, I almost thought he's going to get some kind of a contact with the umpire. That's how close he went. And I think he knew that it was going to be out, and he was ready to celebrate that wicket.
Yeah, I think Jatinder will politely tell Mr. Dhamba that the umpire would not give you a high five. 59 for 7.
Shabba boys.
At the halfway stage, Canada are reeling 59 for 7.
Oi. Nice Wasim.
Saad Safar has also entered a blockathon. That's because of the situation. How impressive has Wasim been? Runs conceded in single figures. He's bowled over 31 deliveries now.
Get Rafi. Well done.
It's been 11 overs since the last boundary was scored. 66 balls. What a good toss to win.
Yes, Bali.
Brilliant stop. That looked like, if not a boundary, at least a couple of runs were written on it. But Nadeem Balli had other ideas. You look at this man and tell everyone Sherbage is just a number.
Oh yes, what a brilliant effort that is. Diving to his right, one hand, clean collect. I think he's surprised himself with that effort.
Wasim very pleased indeed with that effort. Not a run conceded in this over so far. And that's the way it shall be as well. Every time he's pushed the batter on the back foot, it's been difficult for the batters to hit the gap.
Wasim.
Why do you think that's the reason?
Excellent, excellent. Shabba boys.
It's just the wicket. The wicket is a little tacky. We saw that in the first game. It is a little sticky. Does a little bit. We've seen quite a number of times, Suhas, the bat has come off. One hand of the bat has come off. That goes to show that the ball is slowing down once it pitches. And hence it's not coming onto the bat very nicely or easily. And hence you see Canada at that score. But that is definitely below par. I would have thought anything around 200 would have been an interesting score. But they are far from that score as of now.
Once again, straight back to the bowler. Made an over from Wasim. The dot ball tally continues to rise. 26 overs later, 59 for 7 Canada.
Shabba boys. Dimay to yan Dario. Khandar jak sahi hai.
Oman versus Canada one-day series. Our broadcast and streaming partners, Sportseye, fan code Atrangi, Ullu, Ultra, Willow, Geo Super and Geo. That's gone through the gap. These are welcome runs indeed. He's called for 2 because 2 is inevitable and will have enough fuel to reach the fence as well. Much needed boundary that ends the drought of 70 balls between 2 boundaries.
Yes, that's an important 4 from the bat of the skipper. In fact, it is Nikhil Datta who's played that in the gap. Beautiful placement and along the ground as well. So, not a lot of risk. And he's got rewarded with those 4 runs. Oh, that kept low, and I think this is a wicket tailor-made for Nestor Damba. He's been introduced a little too late in the innings, I would feel. But I think he was just... Jatinder was waiting for Saad Zafar to come out to bat for the left-hander to get Nestor into the attack.
Fair enough, Sherb. But looks like Nikhil Datta is enjoying this bowling. He's lent into this drive and given it all. Another boundary. Have they decided to target this bowler or target this over more so, irrespective of who wants to bowl this over? Because they need momentum at this stage, Canada.
I think those are 2 poor deliveries which deserved to be punished. And the kind of form Nikhil Datta is in, the player of the match for the previous game, he would not miss out on those. Just needs to get his length right.
This over for Nestor has been error 404.
Well done, Suhas. Yeah, it is 404-0 now. So that error continues. But yes, he's bowled well in patches. Just needs to get that line and the length right. And you can understand he's coming off from a long break, Nestor. Won't be so easy.
Oi, nice. ये वाला.
This was his variation.
Finish one.
You have to watch the release point at the last moment.
Interesting to bring him into the side and get him to play this game. He was, as far as I know, he was not in the original 14 in the first game.
Nestor Damba, the leg spinner, is what we saw in the last 3 balls, and he's done really well. 27 overs gone, 67 for 7.
Come on, guys, get round. Yeah, but I feel let Nesty ball to lefty. Yeah. Come on, Simone. Come on, boys. Come on, guys. Oh, Wasim, excellent, yeah.
Very good delivery to start off with.
Lovely work, Wasim.
10 runs at the previous over from Nestor Damba. Wasim hasn't given as many in 6.1. Just tells you that he's gone the extra yard in bowling in the right areas.
Nice, Wasim.
Good delivery.
Excellent, Wasim.
I think he's just refraining from turning it to the left-hander.
Great work, Wasim.
This is turning out to be a dot ball fest. 119 dot balls, but still some momentum with Canada thanks to those 2 boundaries in the previous over.
Yeah.
First run conceded in the over. Might even be 4. No, he's come around it eventually. Shoaib, and he's got a good throwing arm as well, so you have to not risk a wicket for another run.
Only 2 runs
Come on, Wasim.
were on offer, and 2 is what they'll get.
Come on, Wasim.
But that's a good shot again from Saad. So anything full, it's easier to bat and easier to score runs. Another full delivery.
Well done.
This time he cuts it off Rafiullah.
Come on, Wasim. Copy very much. Say it.
And one thing that you got to like about Wasim is the fact that he finishes the overs quickly.
That's much better length
Wasim.
from Wasim.
Come on, Wasim, Ali. Come on, guys. Keep going here,
Gives the
lads.
flight that is needed on this
One
wicket
more here, Wasim.
and has been very economical. Just 9 runs, and this is his 7th over. What a start he's having to his international career.
Wait and see. Well done, yeah.
We've seen worse test match figures, to be honest. This is excellent figures. Excellent figures. These just 2 runs of this over as well. 28 gone. 69 for 7 Canada.
Wasim, well done, yeah. Keep it up. Chalo, guys. Come on, guys. लगातार तीसरा ओवर है शाबाश लेट्स गो
69 for 7, 28 overs. Another 32 overs in fact. 22 overs left.
nice Nesty. Oh, Nesty.
What's wrong with my calculation? Definitely need some coffee.
Come on, guys.
There you go.
That was a message to our director,
Come on, Nesty.
So not the co-commentator.
not the co-commentator. He can have his
Come on,
coffee.
guys. Excellent work, guys.
Yeah, now you know the secret, huh? Now you know the secret of good comms. Two dot deliveries back to back. Nestor mighty pleased. But Nestor has also got a slip in place for the right-hander. In the air, will be taken. Those two dot deliveries did create some pressure. Nikhil Datta is walking back now. Canada in deep trouble. Danger of being bundled out here. Saad Zafar is going to play a blockathon even more so.
Yes, just couldn't hold himself from not playing a big hit. Nikhil Datta hit straight to Nestor Damba and he takes a good sharp catch. The big wicket, the big man, Nikhil Datta, 8 of 11 for him as he walks back. It's 69 for 8.
"69 for 8. Nestor Dhamba takes a wonderful catch. We all know him as a terrific fielder and one of the best of his own bowling for sure. Dots or dot balls. That's gone through. Jatinder Singh's after it because he believes he can cut it off. And he shall. Amar Khalid just had to shoulder arms to this one.
Well, it's now going to be about how soon they can finish this tale of Canada. the other one, the Dusra. Would be interesting to see how he releases that. Doesn't seem to be bowling that orthodox leg spinning delivery with the wrists. I think he's using his fingers over the ball.
Cannonball.
Nicely bowled again. I was very impressed with Nestor Damba the first time I saw him bowl in that Mumbai tour, and I was always hoping that he makes the debut soon. He did play for Oman soon after that, but has been missing out of action in the last few months. Definitely one of the best off spinners in Oman.
This one kept a little low, but the scorecard doesn't reflect by any means what this wicket has to offer. Yeah, certainly one of the best. 29 overs gone, 73 for 8. Another over here for Wasim. A master of middle overs, Wasim. And so is Nadeem. Interestingly, we haven't seen him come back into action. It's been a while, as the spinners are weaving a web around the batters. Dot balls become almost inevitable when Wasim's bowling. Something has to change here. Will Amar Khalid provide that impetus? Will he ruffle some feathers? Or is he thinking, let's block this one as well and try and play the 50 overs? Saad bin Zafar does have the game to play the 50 overs as well. And he's trusting Amar Khalid too. Now Canada needed a testing game before Mission Malaysia begins, and this is one such testing game. Good delivery.
He's bowled well. Considering his first game, I think he's bowled well. Looks like he's been around for some time. That's how calm he is out there.
Now this, of course, is the fourth delivery. The first three deliveries were bowled in about 43 seconds.
Yeah, he's very quick. He's very quick. And we've seen normally, and especially left-arm spinners, tend to be a lot quicker completing their overs. Akshar Patel, Ravindra Jadeja, and now Wasim Ali, Imad Wasim. So they do bowl. I like to finish their overs.
There's a Shoaib Ahmed as well, just in case the first over goes for 19 with pace.
Yeah, you've got an all-rounder in the com box in every true sense of the word.
Just looking for Abid around. He has a story to tell about it. He was keeping wickets for you at that time. I was banished to one corner at long off.
Yeah, for those who don't know, we're talking about our friendly game that we played here.
Friendlies. Use that word very wisely, okay?
Not so friendly, in fact.
It was played with great camaraderie, of course, but a lot of character and a lot of competition. 30 overs gone, 74 for 8.
So live pictures coming to you from the Oman Cricket Academy, also known as the Al Amirat Cricket Stadium. And this production is brought to you by ITW Prod G and TPT 360. Nicely bowled and very well played. Amar Khalid doesn't look like a tail ender. Has played that with A lot of authority.
Here we go. Come on, boys. Work hard here, lads.
Now Saad Zafar has two options here. Trust Amar Khalid and Jeremy to come and keep batting. Take it as close to 50 overs as they can. Or Saad bin Zafar injects momentum, thinking there's no point hanging around.
Nicely.
Well, I think he's just going to hang around. Saad Zafar will take his time. Whatever runs they can get from here on will be just bonus. Nicely played again. Will be a single. Al Amarat Cricket Ground in Muscat, 15 kilometers from the city. And this very venue, just came to know yesterday while I was doing some research, has ICC accreditation to host test matches as well.
I think with the facilities over here and the fact that they've pulled off an excellent World Cup, a test match is not far away.
I'm looking forward to that. A test match here in Oman. I think the credit has to go to the Oman cricket and Mr. Pankaj Khimji, who's headed this beautiful organization and has taken Oman cricket to where it is right now.
Absolutely sure. Visionary in the true sense of the word. As he leans into this one and picks up another run. End of another tidy over. The conversations will continue. .78 for 8 after 31.
Wasim Ali.
78 for 8 in 31 overs. Shiv was mentioning just moments ago that this place is about 15 kilometers away from the main city. But I just love the fact that you're nestled between mountains looking at this magnificent game. And there is a tinge of modernity in between, with buildings erupting. And this sort of sums it up. Those two roads as well, this sort of sums it up. Beautiful scenes here. One of the best that I've definitely been to cover cricket.
Yes, and if you are saying that you've roamed around the world, so if you're saying that, it does mean that this is one of the most picturesque venues. Always a pleasure, and gives you a very good positive vibe when you're here.
Half-hearted appeal there. It was good to see that Jatinder wasn't engulfed in appealing. He knew immediately someone had to retrieve, making Canada work hard for their runs.
Same venue has hosted the ICC World Cup qualifiers and also the Asia Cup qualifiers last year. Beautifully bowled and good fielding as well. So a lot of international cricket here on these grounds in the last year or two. And you can see Jeremy Gordon on the seat. Well, I think it's Dylan Helliger, who's just taking a nap on the grass bank.
The ground staff, they've got their own television as well. They're enjoying this. They'll very soon find out they were on television too. They worked really, really hard. And of course, to be churning out games of this kind on a regular basis, you've got to work hard. He's overstepped here. A cardinal sin. A cardinal sin for the spinner. That's it. The Sham's he's giving us 2 thumbs up. And it's going to be a free hit as well. It's going to be a free hit.
So that's the downfall of trying to finish your or complete your overs quickly. Free hit coming up. Shuffles. Ammar Khalid. Well, all the fielders inside. You could have gone straight down the ground, but he decides to go behind the keeper. In the process, it will be a dot ball to end the over. 32 overs, 82 for 8. Changes in the com box. It's going to be Abid Ibrahim and Mikhail Vaswani.
A mountain to climb here for Canada, fair to say. 8 wickets in the pavilion, 82 on the board. The captain fighting a lone battle, and Ammar Khalid bringing his own set of batting techniques in the middle. Thank you, Shoaib. Alongside me, my co-commentator Abid Ibrahim, as Fayaz has been introduced into his 6th over. Oh, he's pulled that. Looks like he got the toe end of the bat. They'll get a couple of runs. Shoaib Khan will keep it to 2. It's the captain who will have to decide what's the approach from here on.
And I would say that was a risky shot to play. And more of that, you couldn't time it. And getting the toe end of the bat. Found the gap more importantly. Only could extract a couple of runs. Fayaz is coming back into his second spell. First one, he managed to get a wicket in the end. So clearly the plan is to attack from here, from Jatinder.
But you were the toss with both the captains, and you did have a chat with Jatinder Singh and asked him what is the total that they are looking to contain the batting side. Let's come back to it. Punch on the back foot, he wants a single. That's a very good run. You did speak with both the captains and with Jatinder Singh as well.
Well, indeed, Jatinder Singh was eager to get anything below 200, but I think he will be really happy with the process. Now, he's got 8 wickets for 85. This is what he meant, and he got better of it. His bowlers and fielders responded really well.
Oh yes, they've been rewarded for some very tidy and accurate bowling. Everyone has chipped in. All the bowlers have stood up and stood out today. And this will be a very heartening sight for Coach Dilip Mendes as well. Gives the charge. Ammar Khalid is telling Fayaz, I am a bowler, but right now, with the bat in my hand, I am a batter.
Indeed. He charged in that swing. Just that late little movement coming into Ammar Khalid. If that would have been connected well, I think somebody has to go to fetch that one from out.
Oh yes, he gave that everything. 417 for him. Oh, he's just got a top edge to that. That's racing away to the 3rd boundary. It'll be 4 lucky runs, 4 important runs. Canada getting closer to the 100-run mark. Ammar Khalid, in the meantime, is playing a little bit of golf.
Yeah, he's getting some tips as well from the captain. And I think the idea is to get some boundary, and he did. Not a convincing one, but that all counts. The previous delivery as well, he tried to play that shot, and this time he got a better result. But I think that shouldn't be the approach from the Canada. They must be looking to play all 50 overs. They should be.
Wickets column is hurting them, and I'm not too sure the longevity of the innings is going to remain, keeping in mind they only have 2 wickets in hand. They'll have to bat to a plan. They'll have to take a few calculated risks. And at the moment, Amar Khalid is trying to get as many. And as far as Oman is concerned, Abid, they need to get them inside 100.
It's a perfect Yorker from Fayaz, but maybe he had the sense that batter might be attacking him. Now, every delivery over here, you see Saad bin Zafar is very much interested in the conversation with his batter, with his partner Amar Khalid.
Yeah, he's trusting his partner. He was unafraid to take a single and give him strike. Amar, in the meanwhile, is taking his own chances, and Zafar is a little too worried as well at the same time of losing his partner. Good comeback here. Good over here for Canada. 7 coming off it. 33 gone. It's 89 for 8.
Well, both the teams have made few changes in their side. Despite Canada winning the last game, they made few changes. Srimanta comes into the side. And Amar Khalid does also make a comeback. Missing out the first encounter of this one days. And also for a home side. They were down and out. They lost the first game. And they made 3 changes.
Just 3 batters in double figures. That's been the problem here for Canada. Lost wickets in heaps and regular intervals. And how impressive has this man been? Again, a slip in place for Wasim Ali. Just goes to show the amount of confidence Jatinder Singh has in Wasim. Into his 10th over. Only 12 runs. These figures are a chest of gold.
Well, indeed. Well, the plan seems to be very simple here from Wasim Ali. And that's not the line where your captain wants you to bowl against the left-hander. He's kept all the protection on the on side, but keeping that gap on the off side just warned Saad bin Zafar to play inside out against the ball is turning into him.
But he'll be happy that he has 4 deliveries to bowl to Amar Khalid, the right-handed batter.
And also he's looking for big shots as well. We saw earlier that he's up to the attack now. He wants to attack.
Wrapped on the pads, but was that going down leg?
Yeah, the soon it hit him. He went with a big shout, but then withdrew the appeal himself, knowing that that was an arm delivery. Not a lot of excitement there. Yeah, solidly behind that. That's what you need to do. I think they need to plan here to play all 20 overs.
They're showing staunch resistance in the middle. There's some kind of defiance right now in this innings shown by Canada. They don't want to cave in. They don't believe in abject surrender. Going on the back foot there.
That's the line, and that's what Wasim Ali want the batter to do. Play on the back foot. On that occasion, we have seen Wasim Ali pull those deliveries which keeps low. The final delivery of his spell. What a great dream spell this has been from Wasim Ali.
Nicely played towards long off for a single. Amar Khalid is looking very good in the middle. He'll retain strike. 34 overs gone. It's 91 for 8.
Let's go, guys, please.
A small little partnership brewing over here. 22 have come for the 9th wicket in 33 deliveries. As Ayan Khan has been introduced into the attack. 30 years of age, an economy of 4.37. A 4-wicket haul as well in his career. 20 wickets for him. He'll want to polish off that tail.
Now you see clearly a plan there from Jatinder Singh. He's playing lots of spinners. Ayan spinning all-rounder, Wasim Ali also. An option as an all-rounder there. So is Nestor Damba. You got 3 spinners in the side. And clearly an indication that wicket has some purchase for the spinner.
Yeah, unlike Wasim Ali, Ayan Khan is a little quicker, flatter through the air. Just hurries into the run-up and never lets the batter to settle down. He needs to bring more revs into it and get the ball to actually turn away from the right-handed batter. That one going with the arm.
I think the slower ones did really well. This is one where he bowled that slightly slower. You need to bowl more slow than this.
And I've liked the way Amar has batted in the middle. He's not shown signs of a batter who's trying to avoid strike. He wants to take responsibility, captain showing faith. He's playing with a straight bat, trying to rotate the strike. These are good signs.
Well, indeed. And I'm sure they played a lot of cricket together. So Saad bin Zafar, knowing things are too about his partner. So for sure that relying on him, giving him also the strike, he pays 29 deliveries. So definitely some belief from the captain, and you need to stand on it and deliver. Final delivery from Ayan against the left-hander.
Wants a single, yes, no, a little bit of a misfield. And Zafar will retain strike. Very important single as far as the batting is concerned. 35 gone, it's 93 for 8.
Time is okay now? You're catching up? We're catching up. It's only 2 overs behind. थोड़ा अंदर ले अंदर में by half minus level. You're catching up. By half हाँ 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 लेकिन अंदर रहना पड़ेगा एक
Now this man has got the opportunity. Usually players grab it with one hand. This man did from both the hands. First in the outfield, takes the brilliant catch. And then takes 2 wickets as well. That's the performance your captain wants from you.
Oh yes, what an outing Nestor Damba is having. A terrific catch early in the day to get rid of Matthew Spurs. And now 2 wickets with the ball in only his 5th over. That's been cut away towards cover sweeper. This brings Amar Khalid on strike.
Well, this is very interesting phase where you want right hand to be on a striking end, but the captain himself, the player Saad bin Zafar, they want him to be on a strike against Nestor because the finger spinner is operating.
Watchfully defended. Amar Khalid is showing great signs of a batter, a lower order batter who can hang around when the team needs him to be there.
Well, I don't see him as a tail ender. He really bats well, especially when talking about to spend some time at the centre.
Oh, yes. Maybe that's his job at the moment. Today's cricketers are multi-dimensional cricketers. They want to work on different facets of their cricketing profile. They just don't want to be typecast as one format player or a one dimension player. And that's why that quest to grow more. Gives the charge, checks his shot and then plays it towards long off. Well bowled, well played.
That was a smart ploy there from Amar bin Khalid. He just wanted to come down the track to cut down that arm delivery which was troubling him. And probably the idea from the bowler is try the batter to play on the back foot because the ball at times keeps low. That's where they will feel their case is strong. Some movement in the field as well as they brought in the long on in. Good delivery. Very good delivery to end the over. Two coming from this over. Canada is 95 for 8.
Shabba, let's go, guys, please. You get that in Canada, you don't get that here. You don't get nasty here? Not really. What's an equivalent like Sprite? Yeah.
So this partnership just adding a little bit of strength to that total of Canada. As Ayan continues, again punch down the ground towards long off for a single by Amar Khalid. He's playing the role of the second fiddle at the moment. Perfect foil to the captain, who's showing great faith in him. This partnership is now worth 27 runs for the 9th wicket.
What is more interesting is that in this partnership, Amar Khalid has played most of the deliveries. 33 deliveries faced by Amar. Brought 12 runs, and Saad, the other end, just played 14.
Well, he's been the senior pro, at least in this particular partnership. He's dominated, Abid. How many times does a bowler dominate a partnership?
Clearly, the plan is working, that he's persisting. Never gave up. Kind of an approach Amar Khalid has here, alongside his partner, the captain.
But right now the message is very clear from the management and the captain in the middle. We'll play 50 overs.
That should be the plan, I think. Mikhail, you need to apply yourself. You need to play 50 overs, which is allotted to you. If you see almost 13 and a half overs from here, you might get some figures to defend.
The only concern here is when you're defending most deliveries, you don't get into that shell, and then that shot of frustration should not come out where you lose your wicket. If you can curtail or rather contain that natural instinct of just going for the bowler, then you're doing good. Gives the charge, over and out. Has he found the field and the deep? Yes, he has. We were talking about that shot where a batter would just be getting frustrated because of getting too bogged down, and that's what Amar Khalid has done. Ayan strikes as Amar is just a little livid with himself in the middle.
Well, just as the doctor ordered, Mikhail, you sense that frustration on Amar Khalid, and he goes inside out. There was a man stepping there, just takes the catch, and the frustration tells you a story. That's a big wicket now. When Canada was just looking good, they lose yet another wicket. 12 runs he scored of 36 deliveries. What a great fight he's shown. It's 97 for 9.
Canada 9 down inside 100. The bowlers have made merry this morning for Oman. In comes Jeremy Gordon. A best of 6. He has an opportunity to better that. More than that, he needs to give his captain company. Career 17 runs, strike rate of 39. These numbers clearly state that we have a bowler batting in the middle. Oh, wrapped on the pad. This could be it. And there goes the decision as well. 97 all out Canada. What a performance here by Oman. Ayan strikes in consecutive deliveries. He finishes the second over. And with figures of 2 for 4, Canada have been bowled out for 97. That was quicker, straighter, right in front. Up goes the finger after a vociferous appeal. And Ayan's delighted.
Well, what a performance. Where was Ayan all this time? It was just a matter of 2 good deliveries and 2 back-to-back deliveries, and Ayan will remain on a hat-trick until the next game. Jeremy just could not give that partnership they were looking. They bundled out just before reaching the 100 run, and I think captain Jatinder and his boys would be really, really delighted with the performance, how the bowlers responded, the catches were taken. It's been clearly the day belongs to the home side. Well, really, a sorry tale there. It was the captain who was just trying to take the ship towards the docks. Remained not out, scored 17. You can really feel for Saad bin Zafar, the remainers. The top scorer, it was just Harsh, scoring 22, and not a very convincing day here for Canada batters.
Absolutely, Abid. 3 batters failed to open their account. Only 4 batters getting into double figures. And they managed only 97 runs in 37 overs. It's been a struggle. Canada have just been a side that has just not been able to find the straps today, unlike what they've done in recent times. 7 bowlers used by Oman, and everybody has stood up today. Look at that economy rate of every bowler. And the wickets column as well. 2 for Ayan, 2 for Nestor, 2 for Nadeem Mohammad, 2 for Kalimullah. It's Kaleem who began the wicket-taking spree. 2 for 11 for him in 7 overs, an economy of 1.57. Nadeem Mohammad, an economy of 2.40. 2 for 12 for him in his 5. Don't forget the contribution of Wasim Ali in the middle overs. 1 for 14 for him in his 10. And then Nestor and Ayan in their 7 overs gave away only 24 runs and accounted for 4 wickets. That fall of wickets tells the story as far as Canada is concerned.
And no wonder Wasim went on to complete his quota. Is the only lone bowler who completed his quota of 10 overs. And let's have a look at the highlights here. It's been Oman show that was the first wicket. Srimanta departed, and then Fayaz was taken for some runs. That's where Canada thought that they'll have a good start. A few of straight drives as well. But this was, what a brilliant take from Nestor Damba. He's really done fabulous. And this is the moment where the entire team got really, really on their toes. And that's where the wickets were just following. Rafiullah not getting 1 wicket today as well. And not getting a lot of outings as well. Nadeem was unstoppable. That was a great wicket. And this man, Wasim Ali, kept on picking up wickets.
Oh yes, the highlight of the Oman side was that they kept striking. That was the big wicket of Aaron Johnson. Then sometime later it was Ravindrapal Singh as well departing. Nestor Damba accounting for the wickets. In the process they managed to get a boundary. But fair to say the struggles were well documented, because in the entire innings they managed only 8 boundaries in all of it. A straightforward catch to Damba again as he accounted for the 2nd wicket. They did get some edges, lucky edges by the end of it. This was Amar Khalid trying to improvise only to find Shoaib Khan in the deep. Ayan Khan then trapped Jeremy Gordon to ensure that Oman skittles out Canada for just 97 runs in the 37th over. And this means that when the home side come out to bat, they have a realistic chance of equaling the series and taking it into the decider. They'll need 98 in 50 overs at a run rate of a little under 2. We'll get you all the live action and the reply on the other side.
Welcome back to this exciting MazaPlay.net Oman versus Canada one-day series, and we're all witnessing a great comeback by the home side. Oman has just choose to bowl first after winning the toss, and they have really done wonderful job by restricting Oman below 100. And this should be an easy task, not at all task for the batters of Oman. They need to really come hard and chase it down. A lot of performance today, especially from the newcomers. Got a brilliant line in length. Not a convincing day for Canada batters there. Really, it was the captain who's remained unbeaten of 17. Played almost 50 deliveries. Harsh Thakur performed the other day, couldn't do much today, but remained the highest scorer for the team. Aaron Johnson up top showed some resistance, but couldn't really carry his willow all the way. And that's what I was talking about. Alongside me, it's Mikhail Vaswani.
Yeah, but good afternoon, and I reckon the Oman bowlers will need to take a screenshot of this bowling card and keep it as a DP for some time to seek some kind of inspiration. Phenomenal performance. 2 wickets apiece for as many as 4 bowlers. Kalimullah was terrific with the new ball. He accounted for 2 early wickets. He had an economy of 1.57, bowled 7 on the trot. Rafiullah was a touch expensive, but everyone had an economy of inside 4. And that's been the highlight of the bowling performance. Nestor and Ayan, between them, 7 overs, 24 and 4 wickets. Mohammad Nadeem as well got the big wickets in the middle overs, 2 for 12 for him in his 5. And Fayaz Bhattu got a wicket of Arman Kapoor. So this means that the magical figure for Oman, 98 runs in 50 overs. Looks like a walk in the park. They need to get a little under 2 runs an over. And this means that if they put it past Canada, then they are equalizing this 3-match one-day series and they'll go into the decider tomorrow. This is everything to play for the home side.
Amar Khalid. He seems to be starting the proceedings. Well, small totals are quite tricky there. Mikhail, you never know how to approach them. Either you go hard at it, either you need to play slow and steady. Those are the figures for the captain today for Oman. Average over 30, that's now great average. And the strike rate is just below 75. The best of 131, so a lot of talent there.
Well, he's been a legend for Oman cricket, to be very honest. So much of experience under his belt. And this man has certainly impressed and caught everyone's attention. Amar Khalid, an economy of 3.5. In the T20s, he was terrific, one of the top wicket takers. Today with the bat, he looked very impressive, always up for a challenge. Tall, lanky pacer for Canada, showing great signs as a lead bowler for the side.
Indeed, when was the last time when you saw Amar Khalid smiling? I don't recall that. That's how the fast bowlers are.
Well, they're not here to make friends, at least with the opposition batter.
Certainly not today at least, because when you don't have a lot of runs in the tank. So just 98 runs. I know the toss where the captain of Oman was saying that he wanted to restrict the Canadian batters below 200 and got a better result than that. He restricted them below 100.
Let's play.
There goes the signal. We are all set for the chase. Jitinder on strike. Amar Khalid steaming in. We're all set for ball number 1.
Yeah, the first delivery goes on target. So now very crucial, these are the first 10 overs at least, I think, for any side. So for Oman, they need to be watchful. The wicket is not so easy to bat on. We saw some turn from the spinners, but for fast bowlers, we saw some purchase.
But they need to be positive as well. They have to bat with a lot of conviction. They need to win this game convincingly, not show any cracks in their batting order. Go back comprehensively to the pavilion and say, tomorrow we come back even stronger. Again, fending at it in the gap, but this time around, third man will get around it. Oman off the mark, and so is Jitinder with that single.
Not a convincing shot there, and not a lot of feet work as well from Jatinder Singh. It was just the last moment where he thought to go for it. He was lucky the ball did not go towards that gully fielder.
Just felt he was in two minds to play it or leave it. Very late in reacting to that. Adil missed out with the bat in the last game, out of the very second delivery for a not. He'll want to prove himself.
Quite a bit of a challenge there for a wicket-keeper batter who keeps the wicket for almost now 40 overs as then be back with the willow in hand in the first over as itself. So some fitness is on demand here.
But then he signed up for it. He's a professional cricketer. We've seen some of the best wicket keepers, batters in that position. Right on top, Adam Gilchrist. Alex Stewart for England, Adam Gilchrist for Australia.
Some of the greats that you're talking about. And now again, playing with two minds. Now Adil as well.
And that's why the footwork here has to be very decisive. You've got to pick the length early. Just felt he's going way too deep in the crease. The ball keeping slightly low as well.
Amar is also not bowling too quick here, as he can bowl faster than this, but he's just trying to check the batters. He's the one who likes to get some extra bounce. Today certainly the ball is keeping low.
Yeah, it's not quite coming onto the bat as well that easily. Just felt shot making hasn't been easy on the surface. So far it's been a good start by Amar. Just the one run conceded. Zafar missed out with the bat. Got into double figures but ran out of partners. Was left all by himself. He was unbeaten by the end of it.
Yeah, that's why I was saying earlier that he should reconsider his batting position. One is a left-hander, the only left-hander they have in the side. And also, he bats deep as well.
Nicely punched off the back foot in the gap. That's going towards the cover sweeper boundary. And it'll be 4 runs. Adil off the mark with a very good looking hit on the off. End of the over as well. It's been a good start here by Oman. It's 5 for no loss. Jeremy Gordon, watch out for him. He's made a remarkable entry into this tournament. An economy of 4.59, 18 matches for him, 35 years of age. And immediately he gets some movement.
Yeah, a lot of movement there for Jeremy. And he's carrying that image of wicket taker. Look at that. Late movement.
Multiple wicket keepers in the Canada side. We're seeing Arman Kapoor today don the gloves. We saw Shreyas Mova. We've seen Srimanta Vijayaratne as well. A lot of options here. Meanwhile, Jeremy Gordon has this habit of picking up wickets very early in his spell.
Certainly, he bowled full and that goes straight to Thakur. Yeah, indeed. Oman got a plenty of options as a wicket keeper. It's certainly their captain, Jatinder Singh, who also keeps the wicket. He started playing for Oman as a wicket keeper, let me tell you, yeah, in 2010 when he made his debut.
That's a piece of statistic for me at least, Abid. Thank you for filling me in with that piece of news. At the moment, he'll have to don the responsibility in front of the wicket. Nicely flicked towards mid-wicket, protection there.
Indeed. Now Adil Shafiq with the gloves, where they have likes of Suraj, Khushi, who can also keep the wicket, but they choose to stick with Adil Shafiq for the longer format.
Slip in place here for Jeremy Gordon. Gully as well, backward point, covers mid-off, mid-on, and an unconventional square leg.
Banks it short and given as wide. Now every run is taking Oman closer to the victory because it's really nothing much in the bank.
Yeah, out of 98, they've already cut off 6, make that 92 needed now. That's the problem. When you don't get runs on the board, you don't give enough cushion to your bowlers as well to defend, and then leaves the captain in a spot to attack or contain. And at the moment, everything in favour of Oman. It's their game to win from here on.
And also, I think Jeremy is not the bowler that you can go after soon immediately until the ball gets slightly old.
Yes, he'll keep coming at you. He'll keep coming at you. He'll get the ball to move away. He'll bowl that delivery that will just take off from the back of the length spot. But in all of it, this is a great opportunity for Oman. Some new players as well being tried.
Especially Wasim Ali, he's been really impressive. Even Nestor Damba as well, for that matter.
This time flick towards square leg. They're running the first run fast. They won the second, but that's nicely done. We'll keep it to 1.
Yeah, they need really to stick around. They really don't need those risky singles or doubles. Watching Adil Shafiq coming in the top order, maybe because that T20 did not go well for Kashyap Kumar, Prajapati and Shoaib Khan as well. So they brought Adil Shafiq as an opener and a wicket keeper as well.
Good start to Jeremy's over. Only 2 coming off it. After over number 2, it's 7 for no loss.
Let's back our bowlers, boys.
Amar to continue. And you can see some hint of late movement as well. I was reading this quote once upon a time, Abid, and it stated that selection is not about picking a player at the right time. It's also about dropping a player at the right time. So, and that's why when you see Samesh Srivastava being left out of the side, you wonder in a 50-over format where a spinner gets as many as 10 overs on a surface where there is some purchase for spin. Should Samesh Srivastava have been given a chance? How the rotation policy of players, is it the right way forward? How to keep players in secure as well in the side. There's so many aspects that come into selecting a team, a player, and the playing 11 as well.
A very valid point there. Mikhail, well, he's a match winner. It's as simple as that. Same, yeah, he does have a good day and bad day, which every bowler does. But if I'm the captain, I will stick and give him some chance to show his skills. I think he's still yet to explore himself.
Yes, you've got to make him understand that he's a very important member in the side, and you can only do so by making him play as many games. The manner in which Canada has rotated players can also be mentioned over here. The way they've given breaks and given chances to everybody.
Yeah, this has been a good outing for Canada. Most of their players got the outings. They played games apart from Nicholas. The rest of all the squad got a game at least.
Yes, they've shuffled with the batting order. They've rotated the bowlers as well. They've brought in different sets of players. Some batters have been promoted, sometimes they have been asked to bat in a different situation. The bowlers were rested today, the batters were rested yesterday. There's the plan and method into all the madness. And that's why sometimes you need to understand that you need to handpick a few players and shortlist them for a plan which will certainly augur well for the team.
Well, indeed. As today we see that they have rested Dylan Helliger and in today's game. So they brought in Srimanta and Aaron Johnson in the side. So, yeah, well-deserved break for Dylan, I think.
Oh yes, everybody needs their breaks, there's no doubt about it. But as a youngster, when you're just coming into the side and you've just made your debut in the T20I series, in a list A game like this, I feel it's important you play him.
Very good delivery there from Amar Khalid. Yeah, I think they are bowling one seamer shot today. Canada could have the opportunity for Dylan also, but yes, that's what I think the coach thinks about. Give equal opportunities to everyone.
Well, that's certainly the plan, and that's why the team management, selectors all come in very handy in formulating that policy of rotating players and accordingly fitting them into different formats and series as well. Just reckon the ball is not coming off the surface like it did the previous day, but nevertheless another very fine over here by Amar Khalid. 3 overs gone, it's 7 for no loss. Jeremy to continue. Inside edge on the pads.
Very watchful there, Adil Shafiq. Now he knows that he has a performance due and he's got the opportunity where he need to perform. And that's kind of a little extra burden in your mind when you're making into the national side.
Now the only concern with Adilia, he's playing in the crease. He's not plonking that foot outside. He's just playing too inside the crease, and he could lie in danger of just being caught or trapped in front to a foolish delivery once he misses. This time flick towards the mid-wicket region in the gap. Runs for Adilia. He'll complete a couple.
Yeah, they're not risking the wicket. They're certainly not testing the fielder's arm there. Just taking 2. And that's what is the need of the hour from here onwards. You just need to be watchful and take singles. Don't go for the big shots.
Straightforward equation here for Oman. With the target being 98 and already 9 being knocked off, it's just about time they'll get there. There again, you got the point that I'm referring to. He's playing inside the crease. That's something that he'll need to maybe just look into.
And also, Jeremy is not shy from bowling full, because that's how the attacking strategy should be. You go for wickets, there is nothing to save. You don't have a lot of runs that you can play with. You need to pick up a wicket here, and I think that line particularly putting Adil Shafiq in trouble.
Driven straight into the stumps, and lucky for Jitinder, it didn't ricochet off Jeremy.
Yeah, he was hanging out in the park. Yeah, look at that. Straight punch. And there you go. Look at that. Jatinder Singh, the captain of Oman, was gonna there if there was any part of Jeremy involved in that.
Now, what Jitinder as a batter grow over a period of time, he's worked very hard on his fitness, on his game. Nicely played in the gap. Sweet timing on it. A couple of more runs here from the bat of Adil. So he's slowly opening up and he's looking good as well.
Well, what I like about the bowling of Canada is that they are really trying to attack here, but at the same time, Oman is very, very watchful. Even you see that drive, if he had just pushed it slight bit, that ball might have travelled all the way. But over here, bringing the ball and playing try till the end and watching it, late shots.
Punched off the back foot. Beautiful looking shot from the bat of Adil. This is the shot of the afternoon. Full face of the bat. And that's 4 more. What a way to end the over. 4 overs gone. It's 15 for no loss.
Just with the straight bat, Jatinder gets the gap. The ball will travel. What a great shot. This is back to back now. Earlier from Adil Shafiq, punch from the back foot. Now straight drive from the captain Jatinder Singh. What a great start this is for Oman.
Back-to-back 4s across overs. This time through the onside from the bat of captain Jitinder Singh. Look at that for sublime timing. Just close the face on it. And how beautifully executed that shot. Oman up and running.
That is driven on the onside. Some chase for Jeremy. He does well to cut it down from the boundary line. And a missing out on a throw there where we might thought the batter might run for the second. But no, that's not the case. They don't want to risk it from here. It's easy. Just play your natural game.
Oh yes. They're batting with a lot of intent in the middle. Both Jitinder and Adil missed out in the first innings. In the first game rather. They're trying to keep it simple. There's no scoreboard pressure on them whatsoever. This chase is the easiest any team would get. The equation at the halfway stage, get 98 in 300 deliveries.
You can play 200 dot balls just to chase that. What a luxury.
We'll keep it simple. Play 98 singles or scoring shots. As simple as that.
I think you got a couple of boundaries already in the innings. 3 boundaries so far inside 5 overs. So what best you can ask for? This has been a fantastic start from the openers. They put on a show today. No pressure whatsoever.
77 needed. In 45.2 overs.
That's something need to lift Canada morale here. The boys really, you can see those shoulders dropping down. That's not a good sign. The chips are really down for Canada.
Allows that to go. 6 runs coming off Amar's over. Still a ball to go. $21 for no loss. It's been Oman all the way since the time they won the toss. They have got everything right.
Must win game for them. Mikhail, simple as that.
When it needed, they brings the game out.
That one just deviating off the surface. Beautifully bowled by Amar Khalid to finish off his third over. 6 of it, 5 gone. It's 21 for no loss. As there will be a change in the voices as well, it's going to be Shoaib Ahmed and Suhas Wedam.
Can I check 2, please? Thanks.
Thank you, Abid. And Mikhail Saad Zafar, 36 years of age, slow left arm orthodox. The captain has brought himself into the attack early in this innings. We've normally seen him come just at the halfway mark, but desperate times call for desperate measures, and the captain thinks and feels that he will have to take matter in his own hands.
Oh, yourself!
Starts off well. Suhas, how important is this spell going to be from the captain?
Yeah, after Fayaz and Kalimullah's spell early on, it's been spinners throughout. And it's quite evident that the wicket's assisting spinners. And that is exactly why the magnitude of this spell increases many folds. Looking for their first scalp here, Oman. And the captain has trusted himself in providing it. But the difference between the first innings and the second is the fact that Adil Shafiq and Jatinder Singh, both of them, are batting without any pressure whatsoever.
Yes, as of now, they've looked in control of the innings. They've not been hassled.
Oh! Lovely, Sadi.
Just falling over on that occasion, Jatinder.
Lovely, Sadi. Keep going, Sadi. Keep going, Sadi. Oh!
Very good delivery once again. Now with Jatinder Singh, you might get a little carried away as a bowler as well when you see that big backlift, but he's also compensating for that big backlift with this baseball-like stance, really crouching low.
Good!
This time well in control.
End of the over. And that's a quick over. Just one run off it. 22 for no loss.
Come on, Mark. Come on, Mark.
76 required in 44 overs, and there isn't a better time for Adil Shafiq to find the rhythm. Missed out on the first opportunity in the first one day. Oh, he's put a lot of bat behind this one. Races away to the fence, and it's not the start that Amar wanted.
Yes, good looking shot. Adil looks in control. This time just playing it over mid-wicket and gets 4 runs. Oman will want to finish this game quickly and also with as many wickets in hand as possible, just to show that it's a comprehensive win. It's going to hurt Canada after the run of form they were in.
Do you think it's going to come as a reality check, or would you believe one-off game with the law of averages catching up? You don't have to delve too much into it. How do you read this?
Well, I think it's a one-off game. Yes, they've not batted as well as they should have, but we've seen a similar kind of performance against Bahrain, where they lost a game, they dropped a game, and I think that just, in a way, helps them to bounce back. And I think if Oman wins this game, it will be an exciting final tomorrow. So good for us as well.
Good delivery. Nice and early call that he didn't want that single. For all those who've tuned in just now, the target indeed is 98. It's not missing a digit. That's because Oman were clinical with the ball in hand after winning the toss and choosing to bowl first. Arman Kapoor is seen with the gloves today behind the wicket. Trying a few things, testing a few things before Mission Malaysia begins for Canada. They've got Srimanta, Canada. And of course Shreyas Mova can be a good keeper as well. So lots of keepers.
Lovely, Curtin.
Single taken by Adil Shafiq. He's on 18 of 18. Now for Adil, this is an important innings. Couldn't score a lot of runs in the first game, was out for a duck. So for him to make a place in the side, he needs to get some runs under his belt.
Every time Jatinder Singh commits to a shot of this kind by plonking his front foot, he's always running a risk. It's important for the bat to come down as close as possible to the pad, to leave no gap in fact. He's done well on that occasion. Jatinder Singh, who's taking his own sweet time, 8 of 23.
He's wearing a watch?
That's for better timing.
Well, if that's the case, beautifully played. Some timing on that one and some placement as well. What do you wear for placements? This one just absolutely perfect. Great balance, 4 runs. End of the over as well with a 4. 31 for no loss.
Captain Saad. And it looks like he's going to still start this over from the same angle. Just thought for a second if he can come around the wicket, just to ruffle some feathers.
On your toes, Jay, on your toes, Jay.
But then of course he doesn't have the field for it. He wants to make the batter a candidate for LBW.
Running two, running two, ball again, ball again. Wait.
Adil Shafiq's run ball 19 is a great innings so far. And as you rightly mentioned, there isn't a better time for him to cement a place in the side with, if he can carry the bat here.
Absolutely. Needs to carry the bat. Oh, this one's been placed in the gap as well. Chase, but the chase is going to be futile as the ball crosses the ropes. 4 runs yet again for Jatinder Singh.
Good effort, Ravi.
He's found the gap brilliantly this time as well. Despite that dive, the ball wasn't slowing down.
Boys, keep going, boys.
Well, a watch for the timing. Check his pockets for a protractor. You're still giving me that look. What happened? You're still confused? Protractor, geometry box. I'm dumbing it down for you.
I hated geometry. That's why I don't like that reference. I would like to ignore that and move on.
I thought you were wondering what a protractor looks like.
No, I know that.
I'm so happy you do. We'll go with a compass or a divider. All these things, by the way, I used to prank people, not for geometry exams. I really wish I used it where it was supposed to be.
Well, if you don't want to know where you used it, how you used it.
Down, down. Lovely, Mama.
As of now, he is using those angles well, Jatinder Singh. Creating those angles and placing the ball in the gaps.
8 overs gone, 37 without a wicket.
Keep it going, boys. Keep it going, boys. Keep working, keep working. Heavy.
It's an ITW Pro G and TPT 360 production. And our broadcast and streaming partners would be Sports Eye, Fan Code, Atrangi, Ullu, Ultra, Willow, Geo Super, and Geo.
Sadi, 40. You want him 45?
Harsh Thakur within the power play.
Sadi,
11 wickets in 22 games for him with a good economy of 4.24.
you can move him straighter. He doesn't do this.
With the paltry required rate, Oman are cruising towards their target. He just creates his own angles.
Lovely, lovely.
Such a treat to watch Jatinder Singh once he gets going. Such a treat to watch. You're harping on the last word. Such a treat to watch.
Yes, everything is around that watch now. Very well bowled, Harsh. Yeah, he's one cricketer who I feel likes to talk to himself. Now, as soon as he bowled that delivery, you saw him just signaling to himself that he needs to keep bowling there.
Down. Lovely,
That's
Shiva.
way outside off.
Good back up, Amar. Keep it going, Hashi. Keep it going, Hashi.
Can you think of any cricketer who you've seen likes talking to himself?
I'll answer this question in two parts. One is I could almost sense that you're going to ask me this question. I'm doing too much commentary with you, firstly. And secondly, yes, I can. I interviewed him recently. He's Srisant.
Yes, you're right. Spot on with that observation. So well done.
Oh, I'm reading your mind. I think it's not going to be good enough, is it? Or is it good enough?
No, it is good enough.
I'm going to use these powers after the commentary stint.
Won't work there.
Yeah, very unpredictable.
No. Lovely, Hashi.
Good over. Good over this one from Harsh. Very quick and very consistent. Just one run off it. 9 overs, 38 for no loss.
Keep it going, boys. Keep it going, boys.
Off the back foot, I think it's a little risky, especially when the ball lands in that area. It doesn't bounce as much. This one has also hit the toe into the bat.
Keep it going, Sadi. Keep it going, Sadi. Work, boys. Work, boys.
Spin from both ends for Canada.
Oh.
Do you think the Omani bowlers got more turn than what Saad and Harsh have been able to extract from this wicket?
It's a good question. I haven't seen them extract turn-wise, but they were asking more probing questions. I can give you that for sure. Because by this time, when the spinners were in operation, at least a couple went to slips. This time around, it looks like everything's from the middle of the bat, or even if it's from the toe end, it's still a run-scoring opportunity.
Yeah, what I've observed is that the bowlers.
Mikal's got a good point here as he weighs in on this conversation. Spinners came in a little late. The Pacers were operating. But I'll tell you what, there's something in this wicket which is making the ball stop, take its own sweet time, and then come onto the bat. You cannot go through the line.
The ball is new, that's true. It's still got its shine.
Nobody's hitting it hard.
And nobody's hitting it hard. And also the bowlers are not banging it short. What we saw from Ammar was that he was just trying to move the ball in the air.
If Saad is listening to you, he's looking around for people who can ball cross seam.
Oh, swept and swept well. Jatinder Singh, he's so strong, square of the wicket on either sides. That's another good shot to end the over. 10 overs, 44 for no loss, Oman.
Good on time.
Beautiful shot. And just hold your pose there, Adil Shafiq. It's one of the best that we've seen in the entire day.
Keep going hard.
Harsh Thakur thought it's customary to bowl, invite a block, and then go back to bowl the second. Adil Shafiq's danced down the track and showed it the right direction to go to.
How was that?
Now that was a probing question. That's where he needs to be more often than not, Thakur.
Did we send it upstairs?
Yes, that's right. He needs to be bowling in those areas. I think he was bowling a lot fuller, especially Saad in those overs has bowled a lot fuller. Just needs to get that length a little further away from the batter. That's
Lovely,
much better.
Hashi. Keep going hard.
Keep going hard, says
Keep it going.
the keeper. Arman Kapoor.
Down.
Quite a few keepers, as you mentioned. Arman Kapoor, Shreyas Mova. There's Srimanta as well. There's Srimanta on your screens today, not donning the gloves.
Lovely yourself. Lovely, Hashi.
Good problem to have.
Keep it going, Hashi. Keep
Too
it
many
going,
keepers in
Hashi.
the side.
Now what you have to look into is the fact that are there specialist keepers for the format itself? Or is it more balance driven? Because Srimanta is giving you the option of being a batter through and through as well. Is it more balance driven? 11 overs gone, 48 for no loss.
Keep it going, Skip.
48 for no loss. 50 away from victory. Oman with all 10 wickets intact. That's a brilliant delivery from Saad Zafar.
Keep it going, boys. Keep it going,
The
boys.
kind that invites the batter,
Work, lads. Work,
draws him
lads.
outside the comfort zone with a slip in play as he might be in business.
Oi. Lovely start, lovely start.
So now looking at the bowling options for Canada, who else do they have? Who else can they go back to? Especially in the spin bowling department. They've got Saad, they've got Harsh Thakur, who's bowled already. Who else?
Nikhil Datta very soon. He's gone after him here and will clear the boundary with a lot of ease. Adil Shafiq's got a sense of ease and elegance when he plays the big shots. It's the first time he's got a start. Can he keep it going?
He has such an important innings as we mentioned earlier, and now he's getting better and better, growing in confidence, using his feet to perfection. And just look at that. Great control over that shot, full swing of the bat, and he's cleared that rope with a lot of ease and comfort. And now this is smart batting as well. Takes the single. He definitely has that temperament. Has played a lot of cricket in England. Is also the coach of the under-19 side for Oman. Was Adil Shafiq. Got the opportunity to speak to him on quite a few occasions. And very soft-spoken.
Is he a regular opener as well?
Yes, he is. He opened for the local side, Bosher Busters, in the D10. But I don't think he enjoys that format too much. And this is just my observation. I could be completely wrong about that. But I think he's more suitable for a format like this. 12 overs gone. We'll keep that chat alive. 56 for no loss.
Go on, Hashi.
56 without a wicket in 12. Adil Shafiq was a topic of discussion.
So Adil does look more at ease, more comfortable playing this format where he's got some time on his hands.
I genuinely believe T10 cannot be a format to judge a batter, no matter where he's batting,
I agree.
including the finishers.
I agree. Absolutely. But there are some batters who enjoy batting in the T10 format. There are batters who like to express right from ball number one. There are batters who have the ability to start going berserk from ball number one. The others like to take some time.
Because I feel, well, that was very audacious. Not just from Jatinder, but with the appeal as well from the opposition, Canada. And this is telling us why. Because he had left all the three stumps. And he's also played the shot. It's not like he's left it completely. That is why Thakur didn't partake in that appeal. I'll tell you why I feel that way about the T10 format. It's a very good delivery. Because even the openers are supposed to play like finishers. They've got a better feel to try and play like finishers anyway because the power play the first 2 overs.
Yes, that's true. Oh, beautifully played. This is just a chip. Very well played. Wide of the long on fielder and gets 4 runs. (13 overs, 61 for no loss.
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys.
.61 for no loss in 13 overs. Good delivery from Saad. This time he also wanted to make sure that Adil Shafiq doesn't leave home right away. Has to stay inside the crease. That's why he pushed it through.
Big appeal. But that was definitely missing the leg stump. Adil Shafiq. If you observed in the previous over, Suhas, when we were discussing about the T10 format, Jatinder tried to shuffle on quite a few occasions and missed it completely. And this is what, again, is my observation. Once Jatinder Singh plays a certain shot, and if he's successful in playing that shot, he tries to play that shot again and again and again. Now, he got that sweep shot in the previous over on the last ball. And then in the entire over after that, he kept trying to play that sweep shot. So you saw him shuffle, couldn't play that. Saw him put his feet across, and then even the boundary that he scored was forced. It was a forced shot. Ideally, he would have played it straight down the ground. But because he was in that mindset already, played it towards the right of the long on fielder. So this is one aspect of Jatinder that we've observed, at least I have observed, and I feel sometimes that also brings his wicket.
Just carrying forward your point. It's a brilliant point that you've put forward. Ricochet is not a right thing to do. A single has been averted. Now we'll keep the chat alive here. 14 overs gone. 63 for no loss.
Let me hear you guys. Let me hear you guys. Come nuts. Come nuts.
Nathan. Daughter.
63 without a wicket in 14 overs. It's an ITW Pro G and TPT 360 production. And we're coming to you live from the beautiful Oman Cricket Academy in Al Amarat. Just layers and layers of mountains. And you could also see the smaller ones aiming to be bigger ones someday.
Come, Harshi. Come, Harshi.
This is just a beautiful setting to play cricket in. Gently nudged in the gap. He's at least looking for two because the ball might not have enough fuel to reach the fence. To which will be.
Keep it going, Harshi. Keep it going, Harshi. A bit too wide there, Harshi. A bit too wide there, Harshi. Keep going, boys. Come, boys. Come, boys. Down, down.
So just continuing the conversation, the only question that I had in mind was 33 of 214 is not going to pinch you much if you play a couple of dot balls or three. Still, he was attempting shots which were very risky. This is much better. And again, two more. So the only reason I felt that he could have done it is because he wants to induce a field change, but 31 of 213 right now is going to be a cakewalk.
Yeah, you don't need to induce a field change when you're chasing 31, so you're right. The only, again, I just feel that it is his, yeah, I would want to say nature, but it is his kind of approach to batting. That once he gets a shot,
Down. Lovely start.
he wants to keep playing that. And it's the same when he doesn't get a shot. So if he's going for a reverse sweep, if he doesn't get a reverse sweep,
Come,
he'll
boys.
start,
Come, boys.
he'll try to keep playing that shot till he gets it right. And then again he'll play it. So,
Yes.
That's in the air. Will it be taken? Put down. Mova puts it down. No gloves this time. No gloves in the hand.
Keep going, Harshi. Keep going.
Different angle to look at the batter at. He puts it down. Thakur cannot believe it. They've got to grab onto even half chances.
well, that was a catch straight in and out. That should have been taken, Mova. Yeah, you have to feel for Harsh Thakur. But again, if you see at that shot now, he's used his feet, he's come across, and then he's decided to play it on the onside, where he could have just played it towards the off and taken a single. End of the over, 15 overs, 68 for no loss, as there's going to be a change in the com box. It's going to be Mikhail Vaswani and Abid Ibrahim.
Thank you, Shoaib. That's nicely punched off the back foot. So a straightforward chase here for Oman, and both openers will want to make the most of it. 30 needed in 209. Well, it couldn't have been a better ask and task for the day.
Down. Lovely, Sadi, lovely, Sadi. Keep it going, boys.
Both the openers have settled in well. 33 of 48,
Come, lads.
43 and 35 of 49. Didn't look that easy to bat on for Canada when they batted first.
Down yourself. Lovely, Sadi, lovely, Sadi. Keep it going, Sadi, keep it going, Sadi.
This game will have an early finish for sure. Saad is trying to hurry through his overs.
Yes. One, Amar.
Played towards mid-wicket, just the right time to welcome my co-commentator, who just managed to grab a few bites. Abid?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just couldn't hold myself back by looking these two batters putting up a great partnership, which unfortunate for Canada could not put that 70-run partnership, perhaps not even a 50-run partnership for Team Canada.
Yeah, well, talking about food and bites, well, these two batters certainly showing insatiable hunger for runs, and it's a good sign for Oman as well.
Yeah, just a chance going down there.
Down.
Now for Canada, they at least need to pick up a wicket to be alive in the contest, so have something to take home. 71 for none, Oman. None of them can provide them the breakthrough. Perhaps it's the two seamers going for some runs. Samar Khalid given 20 in his 4. Jeremy Gordon with the 10 and 2. Switch it. That's... Well, I'm pretty certain that hit him. The impact outside the line. And Ash seems to be surprised there, but for me, no surprises.
Impact look outside the line. Just feel a little surprised each time Jatinder brings out these shots. When he's so good in front of the wicket, you wonder why would he want to play so much like the way he did in the last delivery. That's maximum risk, minimum runs sometimes.
Well, he's a busy batter. He likes to keep the bowler guessing. And just that's one way to put the pressure on the bowler. You never know which shot will come out. And this is excellent shot. Adil Shafiq. They'll go for 2. I mean, just a very easy, simple thing for Oman to win this game. All they need to do is keep rotating the strike. Don't go for the big shots.
Yes, they need to play themselves in, just get some batting time in the middle, show some crease occupation. Jatinder has got starts, he's not been able to stay and convert. Adil missed out on the last game, he'll want to stay and get some runs.
Well, if I'm not wrong, this is the highest partnership that's been put on by the Oman openers throughout the tour.
And I'll tell you what, they look good to winning their first game against Canada in this tour as well. It'll be their first win if they put it past Canada. Another fine over here by Harsh. That equation getting easier by the minute. 24 needed in 198, 17 gone. It's 74 for no loss.
I felt a thread for these two batters early in the day when the ball was moving around, but now they seem to be in control. Now, 28 years of age, Nikhil Datta. He bowls those carom bowls, the mystery bowl. He's got 45 wickets in the List A career, and I think a very right time to bring him in when you're looking for wicket. Canada would certainly like to have a wicket at least one, if not more. And he brings back inside the circle the square leg fielder Amar Khalid. Pretty attacking field set. 6 men are inside the ring, including the slip. And still he'll find the gap to get a single there. Now Aaron Johnson fielding at slips cordon. When you have plenty of wicket keeping options, you have Srimanta there, you have got Shreyas Muva. One of these fielders should be fielding at the slips cordon. That's what I feel.
Just knowing that Gordon, beg your pardon, Johnson it is. Just knowing that Aaron Johnson is carrying a niggle with himself, the best place for him to be is the slips, because he'll not have to really tax that niggle while running, because we saw him very slow between wickets when running as well.
Well, indeed, the slip position looks very easy. Place where you can really be, but it's kind of a challenge that every single delivery you have to be on your toes. Quick reflexes, what you need at the slips cordon.
Oh yes, keep the eye on the ball, on the edge of the bat as well, on the blade. This is a good start here by Nikhil. Just taking the pace off the delivery. And a much needed win on the cards for Oman as well. They have been playing catch up against Canada. This will certainly serve their morale going into the big final tomorrow.
Well, indeed. They are the home side, Oman.
Lovely, Nick.
They could not manage to win a single T20 game against Canada. And over here, in those 3 encounters in the previous game as well, if you calculate that's a 4th game, but yes, a different format. They could not win that game as well. So now it's maybe the time.
It'll be 1 out of 4.
And that's from back of the hand. He certainly tried to bowl some leggy or maybe some mystery bowl. Excellent delivery, that one. Giving only 1 run in the over. And it's 18 gone, 75 for Oman.
Well, just the right time to also go down with Suhas Vedam, who's standing by with Canada's coach Pubudu Dasnaike, who will give us a perspective into the team's plans.
We've got the head coach of Cricket Canada, Pubudu Dasnaike, sir, with us. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. Well, firstly, very demanding tour. That's what we've been discussing. How did you prepare the boys for this particular tour?
Yeah, actually, we were actually preparing to go to Malaysia, and this is something on the way. And we are grateful for Oman Cricket to having us. It's in Canada, it's a winter, so we wanted to come out and play some good cricket, and we got the opportunity to play, and I think so far it's going fabulous.
Absolutely. And when you talk about Canada, it's a vast country with different weather conditions everywhere. How do you get the boys together first up? And secondly, with minimum window that you have to play cricket, how do you excel the skill that they have to eventually get to be better at the cricket field?
I think, like, you know, during the summer we have a very decent tournaments going on domestic. Toronto and Vancouver is maybe the 2 big hubs, and of course the other areas also, you know, still play cricket. And we are blessed with some good talent around, and we have a good junior system going on. And so we had, like, you know, last summer I joined about 3 months ago now, and I was able to see all the good talent, and we nicely build up into this day.
Coach, at this level, it's more about man management, isn't it? Less about coaching. And take us through that journey of yours.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I've been in this associate world for a while, and different experience in different countries. And Canada is one of the countries where we have different communities, and most of the players that I have right now, they have learned the game in a different part of the world. They think about the game differently. So putting together is something that you have to put a bit of effort to that, which I'm enjoying it actually. I think the full group is actually responding to everything that we have set up right now. So that's why I think the performance are coming.
Well, Paburu sir, finally, you said that you're looking towards Malaysia. You're looking towards spinning tracks, isn't it? Who's the find of the tournament for you in terms of spin? Quickly tell us.
Yeah, I think overall everybody is shaping up well. A couple of things like, I mean, last game, the best example that two offies that we have, they came and bowled really well. And Nikhil Datta is one of the guys that we actually was not sure what to expect from him. We know that he's a good player from the past, but he had a silence period in the last 2 years. So we were not sure how he's going to come out, but I think every day I see him, he's getting better and better. So when it comes to our spin department, Saad, Nikhil, they're looking all good.
Well, all the best for the rest of the games as well, and it's been a wonderful journey so far here in Oman with you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
The coach, Pubudu Dasanayake.
Well, thank you, Suhas. Wonderful listening to Pubudu Dasanayake and talking about the team's fabric and also the role of Nikhil Datta and how well he's developed in this particular tournament. That was a very informative chat. A nice hearing in from a man who's been instrumental in shaping countries with his cricketing knowledge, Pubudu Dasanayake.
Indeed. I mean, you got to give credit to these coaches. Oh, a bit of inside edge there. They're turning into the part-timers, Ravinder Pal Singh. Now the captain needs a wicket, so that's the best thing we've seen in the test game.
Just trying too hard at this one, Jitinder Singh.
Now look at that. He's really frustrated now. The frustration is bit out in the Canada team players. They just could not pick up that first wicket. Every time Ravindra Pal is bowled, he's bowled on a great channel with angling the bowl slightly in. And 19 past 75 for none.
Nineteen gone, 75 for no loss, 23 needed in 186. Datta to continue. Look at that for some kind of deviation off the surface. And that's what he brings onto the table.
Well, indeed, he must have heard his coach talking about him. He brings his best out of the lot. Very close to get that vintage.
Oh, he's castled. Not really, he's been stumped rather. This time went for the charge. This time the ball came in, cut into Adil Shafiq. And finally he departs and a wicket falls. The first one for Canada.
Yeah, there was no need of this, but Kapoor will not miss that one from the behind. He was yards out from the crease. And a long walk for him. Now that's a first wicket, finally. A wicket for Canada. And they'll be happy to get this man. Adil Shafiq is scoring 36. It's 75 for 1.
Couple of more wickets here, boys. That's the middle. Leg. That's the leg. Right arm over. Four to come.
And
So Nikhil,
it always felt that Nikhil will get a reward for bowling good, and he did that. Got them the breakthrough. And still, it seems to be very, very far distance for Canada.
he's mixing it up well. Leg spinners, the cutters, the mystery deliveries. He's given Canada the first breakthrough. Adil Shafiq back in the pavilion. KP, he can play himself in. He's out of form. He's not been able to find the middle of the bat. His runs from the bat have dried up. Just the perfect time to get in. Much better there. What a fine over this has been from Nikhil Datta.
He's pulled great deliveries. Adil was in no position to make a comeback when he just stepped out of the crease, but all courtesy. Great bowling from Nikhil, who made him uncomfortable.
A very tidy over, successful one at that wicket. 20 overs gone, it's 75 for 1.
Ravindra Pal who bowled excellent the first over, but Jatinder Singh has a different plan. He charged him coming down the track. They'll get only one.
Yeah, his plan is simple. The more time you spend over here, you could get into a shell. So play your shots, be a little adventurous, use your feet, get some conviction into your footwork. In the meanwhile, KP Kashyap Kumar Prajapati will need to play himself in. He needs to get back into form. No better time and situation.
I think if he can manage to get something under the middle of the bat, he'll be happy man there. Quick running. 2 is the call, but Jatinder will not even look back to his partner.
He's the captain. He'll decide. So often we've seen when the captain is in with the batter, the singles and the doubles is decided by the leader, and the calls are taken by him in the middle.
Well, usually it's the call of the player who has the danger end. But yeah, there you need to respond to your captain.
This has been a rather ordinary outing for Canada this morning. Hasn't been the perfect day. An off day at office, the law of averages does catch up with every team. You cannot be winning all, but the momentum has been with them for the longest time, and they'll want to let go of this game as a small little blip.
What I have a concern about that they should have played 50 overs. That should be the object and plan.
But you can't take away the credit also from Oman. They bowled really well. They were tidy. They took some brilliant catches. I just felt today Oman had a different look and feel to the way they played their cricket in the middle. They won the toss and they showed the kind of execution that one needs to do on a surface where there was moisture. Kalimullah, brilliant first up.
And they in fact won the first toss as well of the first game, but things were different for Oman. Canada yet again bowling second. But it's all about the pressure you can apply on the opponents when you have runs in the bank.
Yeah, it's been a remarkable turnaround. Still taking time to get to that target of 98. 20 still needed in 174 deliveries. 21 gone at 78 for 1.
There's 3 batters only been out today in the outing so far. It's Jatinder who's not out and cruising towards his 50, just 10 shy of it.
And what I've liked about Jatinder's innings is that he spent time in the middle, he's played some wonderful shots, he's not got carried away, he's not tried to be in any kind of hurry. Slip in place. Nikhil Datta to continue. Nikhil is bringing in a lot of variety and variation. He's keeping the batters guessing as well.
Faced 63 deliveries of 21 overs, exactly the same half of the numbers of the deliveries been bowled.
Yes, and that delivery by Nikhil Datta came in sharply. Just caught Jatinder at a very uncomfortable position.
For that, I just noticed that bowlers kept slightly low on that occasion.
Single towards long on. So Oman doing it in singles at the moment, in no hurry whatsoever. Kashyap 1 and 7. Jatinder 40 or 64. The aim is to win with a big margin, just so that you go back to the pavilion knowing that you've done well. In the last game, we did see Canada getting 229. And in this, they were all out for 97. Just goes to show the remarkable bowling effort of Oman and the improvement between the last 3 days.
Yeah, and more importantly, they made a switch with the bowlers, not a lot of batters. Yes, Zishan Maqsood missing out today, but he's also bowls. So made a changes in the bowling, which worked well. Back of the length delivery there, easy picking for KP. Sitting on the onside now, he needs some time in the centre to get back in form. It's very important for Team Oman to have their premium batter in form. Tries to play the sweep. It's fine. It's running away and it will get towards the fence for 4 runs. Now Jatinder Singh will get closer to his 50. So as Oman gets closer to the victory.
Yeah, bowling on the pads, and Jatinder very strong in that area. He likes going at an angle, going down leg. He likes sweeping. He likes playing behind a square. And the moment he saw the ball angled into his pads, he didn't hesitate to go with that sweep of his. He's raced to 45. Taken on the full, make that 46. So a good over here for Oman and Jatinder Singh. 22 overs have been completed and Oman are 13 runs away from victory, 85 for 1. As many as 6 bowlers used, only Nikhil Datta finding a wicket, and that too just a couple of overs ago when he dismissed Adil Shafiq. Otherwise, it's been a day of toil for Canada in the middle.
Oh, that's a sound of a timber. Knocked him out. That middle stump is being disturbed and a big wicket. Man shy of 4 runs of his 50 is walking out. Jatinder Singh, the captain, departs.
And this is against the run of play. This was quicker. Just played across the line, was all over it. Singh gets Singh. Ravindrapal Singh gets his man as captain. Jatinder Singh walks back for a well-made 46 in 68 deliveries. It's 85 for 2. So Ravindrapal Singh striking, and in comes Mohammad Nadeem. A best of 69, 550s for him. 789 runs in 42 games at a healthy average of 31. 40 years of age. But he's been one of the youngsters in the side, to be very honest. Throwing himself, bowling his overs, getting the runs. Still 13 needed. And Oman have just lost 2 quick wickets.
And just both the openers now back in the hut. So Ravinder Pal alongside his partner Nikhil Datta, both of them got a wicket each. So now the pressure is on Oman, but just 13 runs they need to score, and a pretty much attacking field set from Canada.
Yeah, and I reckon the surf is not easy to bat on. It gives the impression that it's too paced. Sometimes it comes onto the bat and sometimes it just skids through and hurries into the batter. The last dismissal of Jatinder Singh was an indication that the ball just hurried into the batter, skid. But of course he was playing across the line as well. There again, Ravindrapal Singh is creating some opportunities here.
And also I see that he's holding the seam up and knows that area where he's getting that skid on. So probably it's Ravinder Pal who's discovered something out of this surface. But it's a little too late. The two openers literally stole the show. It's in the gap. Rightly played and hits the rope for 4 runs.
And that's Kashyap Kumar Prajapati for you. When he gets going, he's very good on the eyes. He loves playing in front of the wicket. He enjoys the V. That was pitched up. Look at the timing on that and the placement. Don't bother running. Just go and fetch it.
Superb timing. Just perfect shot. I've seen a couple of good shots earlier. We saw Adil Shafiq getting a 4 from the back foot. And a similar kind of shot, this one by Kashyap Kumar Prajapati. He plays good with the front foot on. A lot of good shots been played by Jatinder Singh as well, but something when it goes over the covers, It's a treat to watch.
75 run opening stand between Adil Shafiq and Jatinder Singh. 10 runs later, Jatinder too departed. This after Adil Shafiq departed on 75. Nevertheless, Oman are pretty much through in this game. It's just about time they get across the finishing line. Off the back foot, that should be 4 more. This is a very handsome looking shot from the bat of Kashyap Kumar Prajapati, and it is certainly going to help his confidence. Within touching distance now for victory as they move to 94 for 2 in 23 overs.
Just one hit away. Oman towards the victory. And Mohammad Nadeem on a strike. Now it's Kashyap who just get going.
And this should certainly help their confidence and make the final an interesting, even contest between both the teams. It's going to be 1-1 in a matter of time, and then it goes into the decider.
He goes fine, he goes back towards the fine leg. Easy 2 will be gathered there. And now just one hit away from the victory, Oman. What a great comeback this has been in the series by Oman.
And a much needed win. Some of the senior pros are being rested. The captain was rested, and so was Bilal Khan, the premier leg spinner. Samesh Srivastava as well missing out. A relatively young side under the leadership of Jatinder Singh have just staged to come back into this series and are all set to equalize and move into the big final tomorrow.
Now they'll run off this. Probably they'll look for one only, not the second, because the score is tie now. It's level. They just need a single to win this and take that 1-1, and we'll have a match on tomorrow. That would be the interesting match to watch.
Oh yes, just a single for victory, and Prajapati is on strike.
Cuts it from the back foot, and that is the victory for Oman. That ball will travel. They'll need one only out of that 4, but that is the equalizer. Now the score on the winning knot is 1-1, and Oman will come back in the series. They will really be happy about how things have panned out for them.
It couldn't have come at a better time. It couldn't have come in a better way. This is a very good, comprehensive 8-wicket victory by Oman over Canada. They're first against Canada in this entire tournament, or tour should I say. They missed out in the T20 internationals, and this time around the one-dayers, after being 1-0 down in the series, have come back to equalize and move into the decider. A confirmation, Oman winning by 8 wickets, courtesy a brilliant bowling effort where they dismissed Canada for 97. And it's from there Oman showed the kind of professionalism and discipline in the middle. Canada, an off day at work, they'll want to forget this and brush this under the carpet, as the boys may have missed out on a chance of just about pocketing the series as well. Nevertheless, they have a chance tomorrow. This is a happy pavilion, a happy dugout led by stand-in skipper Jatinder Singh.
Well, indeed. They'll be also happy that KP remained unbeaten there. So they need some performance from his Willow as well. And there you go. Lots of happy faces in the Oman dugout. Zishan Maqsood arrested today. Team led by Jatinder Singh, and won the toss and kept that belief. The bowler will deliver, and he went on to bowl first. And he's made a match out of it. His bowlers delivered, especially that tall fast bowler named Kalimullah.
Yes, handshakes all around. Delight for Oman. They've equalized and leveled the series. It moves into the decider. They'll feel good about their game. But what a tour this has been, and what a contest as well. In the first one day, they couldn't really put it past the visitors, and this time around, in the chase, led by skipper Jatinder, 46 of 68, and Adil, 36 of 56. They stitched together the first wicket partnership of 75 runs, and then it was just a matter of time before Kashyap Kumar and Nadeem provided the finishing touches to overhaul that target of 98.
And only two bowlers could chip in and pick up wicket. It was the part-timer Ravinder Pal Singh alongside Nikhil Datta, bowled some mystery bowls as well. He's got a wicket as well, and that one was a big one. Where Adil Shafiq tried to charge him, and then not a lot of fast bowlers being used today. Jeremy Gordon and Amar Khalid got 6 overs together out of this 23 overs. But Saad bin Zafar also was struggling to get a wicket. Harsh Thakur as well. Not a convincing day, but one thing is for sure they did good was extras. Given only one extra run throughout this almost 24 overs.
We'll take a look at how the chase as well panned out for Oman. They were in complete control. 98 was the target, and they didn't have to break a sweat in getting to that. Adil Shafiq was prolific on the offside. He played some exquisite shots. This one pretty much caught everybody's attention. A punch off the back foot. That was beautifully timed by Jatinder as both the openers got going on both sides of the wicket. They were severe on the loose deliveries. They pulled a few in front of the wicket. Some over cow corner as well. The captain tried everything, but nothing really came by as both the openers made merry in conditions helping the batters.
Well, it was a kind of a day we haven't seen a single 6 big shot apart from that one. It was just Jatinder who loved to play in the air. He was getting that going. This is where Adil Shafiq missed it out and the wicket came on. And then Jatinder was cruising towards his 50 until this happened. The ball got hurried on him and he was late onto it. And Ravinder Pal Singh in the end striked. And coming in, Kashyap Kumar Prajapati alongside Mohammad Nadeem to get the game in control, and they finished off in style by hitting that 4 runs, and they'll be up. It's 1-1 in the series. It's been an excellent day throughout for the home side today. They went on and registered the victory. So we are equalizer here. So that's the match summary for you. Top scorer remained with 22 runs only, Harsh Thakur. They did not really reach 200 runs.
Oh yes, 3 batters from Canada failed to open their account. Only 4 batters went into double figures. Ayan 2 for 4, Kaleem 2 for 11 and Nadeem 2 for 12 with the pick of the bowlers. The economy rate stood out here for Oman. In the chase, Jatinder, Adil Shafiq led the charge, stitched a 75-run partnership for the first wicket. Ravinder Pal Singh and Nikhil were amongst the wickets, but all of it came a little late in the day. Oman, by the end of it, winning by 8 wickets, equalizing the series, and this means that it goes into the decider, which will be played tomorrow. So, it's going to be quite a contest, and well, congratulations in place to Oman for staging a wonderful comeback in this tour and tournament as well. Canada missing out, an off day at office, but I'm sure they'll want to forget this and move ahead into the big final next time around, which is scheduled for tomorrow.
It's been a great day for Oman, yes, and tomorrow's day is more important that we are waiting for. So let's go downstairs for the post-match presentation ceremony with Suhas Vedam.
A bounce back is what we expected from Oman, and a bounce back is what we got as well. Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation. Oman winning the toss, choosing to bowl first and ensuring that they bundle out the opposition within 100 and coming back to get those runs in aplomb despite a couple of hiccups in between. Without further ado, let's talk to the captain who came second, Saad bin Zafar. Saad, would you treat this as a one-off game?
Yeah, definitely we expect our batting unit to score more runs on any given day. I think we failed as a batting unit. 97 on any wicket is tough to defend, you know. So I think credit goes to their bowler. They bowled well, but I think as a team we could have had that couple of partnerships to build that partnership and put pressure back on them, which we couldn't do. So just failed as a batting unit. We're just gonna put it behind us and come fresh tomorrow and try to win the third game.
Yeah, the first 30 minutes of your batting was a little different this track as well.
Yes, definitely the ball was stopping, wasn't coming onto the bat that nicely. But still, I think we still could have hold on to our wickets in the end. We kept losing wickets and that kind of built pressure on us. Had we just see off that session, the first session, we could have had more runs on the board.
Well, hard luck today. All the best for tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Swas.
Saad bin Zafar, the captain who came second, the captain of Canada. It's time now to talk to the winning skipper, Jatinder Singh of Oman. Well, enjoyed this additional responsibility first up, the skipper.
Of course, yeah. I mean, it's a treat to watch the guys do really well.
And as far as this team is concerned, it was a little young as well, but a must-win game. How did you go about that?
Well, when we in the team hurdle, we had a talk like, let's keep things simple and try to do what things are in our control and don't think beyond our, the things which are not in our control. So just keep things very simple and just focus on the task which is in front of you.
And finally, this game, when it's talked about later on as well, we talked about the exploits of the spinners. But talk about that little spell from Fayaz and Fiery Kalimullah first up.
Absolutely. After the toss, we have the belief. In fact, we've been playing here since our home conditions. So the ball does a bit in an hour or so. So we wanted to utilize those conditions, and hats off to them, Kalimullah and Fayaz, the way they came and bowled. I think it's marvelous.
Well played yourself and alive in the series. So all the best for tomorrow.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much.
The winning captain, Jatinder Singh. It's time to give away silverware. And for the player of the match, I request Mr. Ram Mohan, the match referee. And he'll be giving away this wonderful trophy to Nestor Dhamba for 2 for 20 and 2 terrific catches. Nestor. नेस्टर जी काफ़ी बढ़िया खेले आप और पहली बात तो आप काफ़ी दिनों से इंतज़ार कर रहे थे अपने मौके की तो उसके बारे में बताइए पहले कि आपको कैसा महसूस हो रहा है अभी
मुझे अच्छा प्राउड हो रहा है कि अच्छा बैटर किया मैंने जब मेरे को ये दिया पर मतलब अच्छा खेलने के लिए मुझे मौका दिया तो मैं बेस्ट किया मैंने परफॉर्मेंस
बिल्कुल बेस्ट किया आपने। और एक आखिरी सवाल, कप्तान से आपकी क्या बातचीत चल रही थी कि आपको कब गेंदबाजी मिलेगी?
उनको पता था कि टर्निंग ट्रैक है तो मुझे उसी एंड से मुझे बोला है कि वो अच्छा मतलब मैं बेटर कर सकता हूँ इसलिए मुझे बुलाया था स्पिनर के लिए।
वेरी वेल प्लेड टुडे और ऐसे शानदार कैचेस लपकते रहिएगा। कंग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन द विन।
थैंक यू।
That was the player of the match, Nestor Dhamba. Well, that's all we got for you from the post-match presentation. We'll meet you tomorrow with the series decider game. And until then, it's goodbye from all of us here at the Oman Cricket Academy.